But at this point in time, you're.
Can you hear me?
I don't care.
Beer?
I'm sorry, I don't care. And Corey Chainsaw, you need fucking professional help and somebody to break your take button.
You're the only one in here right now, Beer. I need to know if you can hear me.
Louise, do you ever sleep?
Because I've had a couple of problems with my mic.
Yeah, I don't understand that, Yanzi. I don't understand that.
I'm hoping now that I'm live, people will come. We're just going to go over a couple of stories and see where they're at, a couple of crime stories.
The whole thing about the cloning that.
Turn it off in the background.
Again, it doesn't matter.
And just hang out. So it'll be interesting to see who pops in. They're funny, especially the cooking videos. Yeah, they can be. There's some real funny ones out there. So you can hear me, Bear, or am I muted? Or something? Somebody please tell me. Okay, well, we're going to wait a few more minutes to see if anyone else comes in the room. Sometimes it takes people a few while to realize that they're live and to come over. So we'll give it a shot anyway. You can hear me? Awesome. I was worried for a minute. So yeah, we'll just wait a few and see if anyone comes in. It might not be many people, Doug, but we'll give it a shot. Have you ever heard, Doug, of the case of Dylan Rounds? If you follow true crime? I found a really great article in the East Idaho News about Dylan Round's parents share new details about their missing son's boots, phone, pistol, and more. And it's a really good article laying out what happened, and of course now the arrest. So yeah, we're going to talk about that. Awesome, Bear. Yeah, we're going to take a look at that. Also, I bet you haven't had time, but I have hundreds of videos of missing people from New Zealand and around the world in my YouTube channel. And it's nice to go look back at some of them cases that I've done and see if there's any recaps. So we're going to do some of that tonight. We do have an arrest, which is awesome, in one of the cases that I've followed. So we'll give it just a couple more minutes. Otherwise, Doug, it might just be me and you chatting by ourselves. But I'm hopeful that somebody will come in. I have New Zealand fans, and I tend to go on late at night for New Zealand fans. And then to try and catch the subscribers that are from America, which a lot are from, I have to try and pick a time that aligns with them being able to make it over there. So trying to fit in a live stream, especially when you've got other big channels that you like to watch, it's really, really hard. You follow East Idaho News? Awesome. So I don't know. We'll start anyway. So this says Dylan Round's parents share new details about their missing son's boots, phone, pistol, and more. And all this is coming out because the fact that his killer has been found. So we're going to have a look at the information. I don't. Here we go. Can you guys see this? The article that I'm playing? Can you hear the news playing, Bear? All you see is me? Oh, okay. That's no good. Let me see. I'm not really good at this shit, but I'm going to figure it out. So let me try again. What about now, Bear? Can you see something on the screen now? Oh my God, what am I doing? Okay, so I apparently can't hear, so I'm just going to read it. Idaho Falls, the parents of a missing man from eastern Idaho are releasing new details about their son's disappearance and what they learned since he vanished in May. Dylan Rounds, who turned 20 on August the 1st, was farming in the desert town of Lucin, Utah. His grandmother spoke with him on May the 28th, and nobody has heard from him since. There has been no sign of Dylan in the days before he vanished. That one doesn't make sense. They have not been charged in connection to Dylan's appearance. So, okay. Chase Venstra, 41, and James Brenner, 59, two men who interacted with Dylan in the days before he vanished, were arrested in July for felony gun crimes in Utah. They have not been charged in connection to Dylan's disappearance. We know it is now, but not at the time. But Dylan's parents believe that Brenner, who was squatting on the property, knows what happened to their son. That's a photo of him there, I think. They believe boots belonging to Dylan that were found behind a dirt pile on his property with blood on them were put there by Brenner. Brenner has admitted he's the one who took the boots out there. Dylan's mum says in an interview, he said he found them by the shed on the property, picked them up, moved them by his camper somewhere, and then decided Dylan wasn't coming back. His mum and Justin's dad, Dylan's dad, says investigators told them the information and argued Brenner's story doesn't make sense. Those boots were not in that desert during a rainstorm on Friday, which was the day before Dylan disappeared. Those boots didn't even have dust or mud on them, the mum said. I bet you Brenner put them there on Monday, 2 days after Dylan vanished, when he knew they were coming out and he had to get rid of them. In addition to learning about the boots, Dylan's parents say pings on their son's cell phone show it never left his property the day he vanished, and the phone was found at the bottom of the Lucin Pond on June 18. Right after the last phone call to his mother, Dylan called Jim Brenner. Then he went to Jim Brenner's and the phone did and was around there for a while. Then it went back to Dylan's place and then back to Jim Brenner's. So obviously, big telling that the phone's going from Brenner's to Dylan's to Brenner's. Then according to Rounds and Cooley, Brenner stopped by the pond on his way to a friend's for lunch. He placed himself at the pond the day Dylan disappeared, and Dylan's phone was found in the pond. No unusual information or evidence of where Dylan could be was found on the phone, according to the parents. So here's a good map, actually. He was out in the middle of absolute nowhere. Absolute nowhere. Grandma Sherry, hello, welcome. It's good to see you. Thanks for coming along. I'm just doing some recaps, open panel if anyone wants to come on, just chatting and chatting the breeze, really. So now I've lost the now I've lost the article. It's gone away. No, I've lost that article now. Oh, here we go. Gun and key fob found. Cooley and Rounds say they're also worried about someone entering Dylan's trailer after he disappeared and placing one of his guns along with a key fob to the truck inside. When his parents visited the property the Monday after Dylan disappeared, they searched his camp trailer looking for his pistol. Justin and I both walked in the camper and went through it. On his bathroom sink was his gun case. There was no gun in it. We opened the medicine cabinet, nothing. The next day, Justin's sister cleaned out the bathroom for Dylan's grandma to use. No gun. The next day, the pistol was lying there with the clip out of it in broad daylight where they had already looked. So this is some strange shit that went on. The following day, Dylan's parents say they returned to the trailer and the truck key fob was placed in the same location as the gun. They were wiped down, according to the mum, and police were unable to get any fingerprints of them all. So whoever did this, we know in the end who did this, but whoever did this knew enough to wipe down for fingerprints, you know. The parents say at one point of interest, the investigation was in a shed near Brenna's camper. A few days after Dylan disappeared, they saw Brenna spend time in his ugly shed. Brenna pulled the grain truck out on his own and cleaned it. He was cleaning the shed with law enforcement and us watching him, and I saw him take out 4 garbage bags and put them in the back of his pickup. So at this time, I think they know that it's Brenna that did this, maybe, but they just didn't have enough to charge him for quite a while. And it was real tough on the family because they knew who done it, but, yeah, needed to get that evidence. Brenna was charged in Utah on June 23rd with 3 counts of being a restricted person in possession of a firearm and has not returned to the property. Their mum and dad recently visited the shed and said it was full of trash and empty beer cans. He wasn't cleaning up garbage that day. Whatever he took out in those bags was to hide right under law enforcement noses. How damn frustrating. How damn frustrating. So this guy essentially could be having Dylan's body or clothes or any evidence in those bags, and the police and mum and dad are just sitting there watching. How awful. That breaks my heart. The parents are frustrated that Brenna was not taken into custody that day as he was wanted on an outstanding criminal warrant. Rather, he was arrested weeks later. He has not been charged in connection to Dylan's disappearance. The Box Elder County, Utah Sheriff's Office has taken the lead on the case, but the parents are frustrated with the department. They believe mistakes have been made in the investigation and are calling for another agency to take over. His mum said, "How can you say that you've done the job when they didn't arrest the felon on day one? When the key fob was found, when the gun was found, when the boots were found, which actually had blood, they literally laughed at us and mocked us in that desert." How fucking awful. How fucking awful. What are you saying, Grandma Sherry? The police didn't take it seriously for 10 days. I know, right? Isn't that disgusting? Doug says the truck was washed of mud beside the well wheels. Yeah, heavy. They are a huge YouTube channel, right? Brenna complained that the police were too close to his trailer and making noise. The police moved, for crying out loud. Oh, my God. In a statement to East Idaho News, Box Elder County Chief Deputy Cade Palmer says the Sheriff's Office recently requested an independent review of the investigation. So that's something, right? The Department of Public Safety, Weber County Sheriff's Office, and Weber County Attorney's Office investigators, that was a fucking long line, reviewed the investigative work that has been done. They established credibility in the Box Elder County Sheriff's Office investigation with substantial and pertinent evidence. He said locating Dylan's rounds, protecting the integrity of the investigation, and our ability to impose criminal responsibility upon anyone involved in the disappearance are our utmost priorities. Well, I wonder how his parents felt about that. So what's next? Brenna's remains in the Weber County Jail and has spoken with Dylan's grandma and father on the phone. He maintains he had nothing to do with the disappearance, which sucks because they might not find their baby to bring him home. And, you know, I've talked to a lot of family, and the one thing they want is to be able to bring their babies home and be able to bury them with some dignity and around family. My mum called Brenna out on some things about the gun, the key fob, boots in the shed, and he said, well, I can't talk to you anymore. You're going to have to talk to my lawyer. The family says they are sharing this information so it will lead to answers. Dylan's family plans to fly drones more over his property and in Lucerne again, hoping they will find their son. So that's really, really sad. He knows what happened and where he is located. Absolutely. Heavy D Sparks, the Diesel Brothers. I haven't heard them, Grandma. I know, right? Hey, Will, it's good to see you, buddy. Thanks for coming along. We just went through the Dylan Rounds case and had a look, and it's absolutely shocking. Absolutely shocking. Okay, the other one I wanted to look at in my endless videos, there is a video about an oldish man in his 70s or 80s, and he got burnt alive in his house in New Zealand. And for a long time, they couldn't figure out who it was. They investigated it. They had it on crime programs and everything. They even put $100,000 reward out for a while, which is one of the biggest of New Zealand's ever made. And his name was Russell Ellison. So if you have nothing to do later, go and find the video of Russell Ellison. And here's what happens. rnz.co.nz. This was the 3rd of November, actually, 2022. A 62-year-old woman has been charged with arson in the murder of Gisborne man Russell Ellison in 2013. Ellison died in a suspicious fire at his home in Te Karaka near Gisborne in the early hours of the 25th of January 2013. The 88-year-old lived alone and had limited mobility. Police said the fire began in the kitchen and the wooden farmhouse quickly razed to the ground. His death had been the subject of an open and active investigation for 9 years. A $100,000 reward for info was announced by police in November 2020, but this expired without claim in 2021. The woman will appear in the Hamilton District Court. Now, this case was interesting. Because I have a funny feeling, I haven't watched it again, but I have a funny feeling that it's a family member that actually could have got arrested for it, which is extremely sad. Grandma, you want to come up? What else is going on in YouTube streets? If you don't know each other, I met Doug from a channel called Dad's Gone Live, which I really love, and I've put on my community post. So what this guy does is he's one of those stringers who chase cop cars and that and carnage, and we all go along for the ride and the carnage. But he actually, Jacob is his name, he actually gets people to donate things, and he also gets hamburgers, and he goes out to the homeless and hands stuff out at the beginning of his stream, which I think is amazing. And what he's done, because he's so absolutely cool, I am myself starting to collect sleeping bags, hats, woolen gloves, things like that I can give out to the homeless as well this year, because our winters are going to be cold. I also got in touch with Salvation Army yesterday, and they were able to give me some stuff to get on with and to look at. So that was cool. Are you watching the Chad Daybell case? Well, I did. Everybody watched that case. I think they're separated and they get their own trial. Is that correct? Yeah. But I know it's not going to be televised, which really pisses me off, because that would be an awesome trial to watch, that one. That's for sure. Would love to watch that trial. Maybe if they just make the trial, I don't know. Dad's Gone Live. Yeah, that's what it is, Grandma Sherry. It's amazing. So he's inspired me to do the same thing. Yeah. And every time he hands a sleeping bag or something to eat, to a homeless person on his live, it just melts my heart every single time. Are you subbed? Oh, you'll love it, Grandma. They're a really beautiful group over there, so friendly and welcoming. Yeah, they're really lovely. So thanks for that. Yeah, so I've started it myself. I've collected a few sleeping bags so far, and I'll keep pushing all over Facebook to try and get some other stuff. I'm thinking of tarps and sleeping bags. You have to help me out with this one, Doug. So yeah, tarpaulins, like for them to sleep on. And then I thought thermals, even if they're used, like as long as they're washed, thermals. I haven't got my list. I had a big list where I knew I was heading. You were homeless for almost 10 years, Jacob. Is amazing, and so is the chat. Sorry about that noise. Here he is. So this is what I've got to give out to the homeless guys. So if you can think of anything else or I've missed anything else, let me know. So I've got newer used sleeping bags, washed if they're like being used. And I've already had backpackers say that they've got quite a few sleeping bags left behind that they can give me. And the cool thing about that is their sleeping bags are going to be really, really good one, because they're going to be people that have been over here backpacking, so they'll have good ones. So yeah, adult thermals, newer used, tarpaulins for the rain, woolen hats, gloves, and scarves and socks. Socks is a big one. I also thought of rain ponchos. And I wondered about flasks, but I've got to be really careful because these people have got to be able to carry this stuff around. A lot of homeless people don't have a place to store stuff or, a way to carry things around. So I have to sort of think about that. Then I thought of wipes, hand sanitizer, and deodorant. Hand warmers or gloves. We're going with gloves. I don't know what hand warmers are over there. And sanitary items, I thought that's really important. At the moment, like, I can't get food that's perishable until it's happening. So I'm just asking for like snack treats, snack foods, and Gatorade or something, and those sort of drinks as well. So what do you reckon? It's my first year, and Jacob from Dad's Gone Live is the one that inspired me to do this, because I really, really want to help the homeless. I do it in little ways, I'll buy them a filled roll or something if I see them. But I feel like it's not enough. I'm at work and I'm not doing a lot. So I need to do something. A lot of people have gone to be homeless throughout their life. And sometimes ending up homeless is no fault of your own. It could be anything. You could be evicted from your home. You could, one last paycheck away from going under. You will do amazing. It takes time. Thank you very much. I know I'm new and I'm little and I'm not popular, but I have a few people who I really love and who show up for me, and that's all I need. I don't need like hundreds of people. Actually, the biggest reason I don't want hundreds of people is there's no way that I could keep up with a chat and actually talk to you guys with, properly, because yeah, that's awesome. And the community, the two communities I go on YouTube with, which is the Hive community and Dad's Gone Live community, are both so supportive. Grandma Sherry, I used to carry 3 or 4 Ziploc bags with toothpaste, toothbrush, deodorant, soap, snacks with a $10 bill to give out to the homeless in my area. I like that. I like that idea, Grandma. So I may look into that. And I know Jacob was doing snack packs, but I'm not quite sure what were in them. Jacob started 4 months ago, and now look at him. I can't compare myself to Jacob with my 2,500 nearly likes, and I've been going on here for on and off for a couple of years, and made hundreds of videos, and some of them are shit. I try and get better with each one, but that doesn't always happen, I must say. But I try really, really hard, and I really believe in the stories that I'm telling. I really believe in the mysteries and the cold cases. They need they need to be told, I guess. So I'm going to see if I can bring up something, but I'm not sure how. So give me a minute. How do I add something to the screen so you can read it, guys? Any idea? Present. Aha. Share screen. Whew, now we've got it. Hang on. Okay. All right, just give me a minute. I'm just trying to see how I can. Oh my God, I don't know. What I'm trying to do is going to see if I can play a video to you of mine, my latest, but I just don't know if that's going to go. Just give me a couple of seconds, guys. No, fuck, I forgot how to spell New Zealand. Stupid. Oh, computers are slow, guys. Just give me one more. Okay, so I've got my video there, and I want to share it. Okay, can you see me, guys? Oh, yay! You can see my latest video. We could watch that. Have any of you guys seen it? When I was working, I would buy store gifts for the families outside the store with people in front of. Oh, that's lovely. That's awesome. Thank you, Doug. So, seeing that you guys are here, I'm going to play this, and please be kind.
Running Bear Diaz, who was known as Bear, was dropped home to his Joey Lee apartment in El Cajon, California, by his mum.
This was the first time I'd done it. I told a story, and where I was in front of the camera for quite a while, so that could be quite scary for you. But yeah, let's keep going.
Around 10:30 p.m. The next day, Bear was nowhere to be found, and there were missing items from his bedroom that raised some concerns. Hello, everybody. Welcome to New Zealand Mysteries, the international series. And today we're looking at a case of a missing person from California, and it's quite a well-known case. In the community, I guess, if you look at true crime. But I am doing this in a different format today. I'm extremely nervous. I know that the quality of the webcam that comes with the computer is shit. I'm quite aware of that, but I can't afford to get a new one just right now. So I'll get a better webcam soon. Please just bear with me. Like I said, this is new for me. I'm nervous, but I'm going to give it my best shot. So let's get into it. Elijah Bear was born on 19th of August 1995 to parents Steve and Leilani. He has an older sister, Miranda, and a younger brother, Stephen. Unfortunately, they did not make it, the marriage, and they split up. Leilani took the children and moved from their home in Riverside County, California, and back to the reservation where she grew up in San Diego County, the Barona Reservation. Bear belonged to the Barona tribe, I should say. So let's take a quick look at this tribe, and I'm quite interested because I haven't done a lot around Native Americans. So let's have a look. So here we are at Verona-NCN, Verona-NCN.gov. Let's take a look. With a long and storied history, the Verona Band of Mission Indians is always eager to share their culture and heritage and is proud to welcome you to their land and the magnificent Verona Valley Ranch, Resort and Casino. Established in 1932, the Verona Indian Reservation is home to this regal tribe, which is recognized by the United States government as a sovereign nation and is governed by an elected tribal council. So really interesting. I wasn't aware that they work as sovereign nations. A strong and supportive community, the Verona tribe is proud of its independence and self-reliance. The reservation features its own museum, school, fire station, gas station, church museum, and community centre. Tied together architecturally with the theme of a 1930s ranch intended to honour the founders of the Verona Indian Reservation. The Verona Valley Ranch Resort and Casino attests to the vision, conviction, and determination of the Verona Band of Mission Indians. Gosh, this the display is terrible and really hard to read, and I'm so sorry, guys. I have so much problems with computers and trying to get things right, and the software. Let's keep going. In the tribe's continual efforts to preserve their culture, the reservation is also home to the Verona Cultural Centre and Museum, a unique hands-on educational museum. Displays of handmade pottery, reed baskets, paintings, arrowheads, and other artefacts, over 2,000 in all, date back thousands of years and bring life to the rich culture and history of San Diego's Native American community. So I really implore you, if you live in this county or around San Diego, go and take a look in here. This is really interesting. I wish this would get off because I don't know what that is. If we go and have a look at the map, and we have the map of San Diego right here, the big town, and the reservation is out here.
I like talking
so, beautiful picture. It is a wee way from town for sure.
Oh, nice, Grandma.
When Bear was just 8 years old, his mum, Leilani, remarried to her husband, Donald. Donald had 5 children of his own, and his son, Jacob, was extremely close with Bear. Sadly, trigger warning here, Jacob took his own life less than 1 year before Bear went missing, and Bear was badly affected by this tragic loss. And we all know the tragic loss of a loved one. It must have been really awful.
Darling.
At the age of just 6 years old, Leilani noticed that Bear became lethargic and tired. He began having frequent fevers, headaches, and then began vomiting. She was really, really worried. So she took him to the doctor or the emergency room, and Bear was actually critical. He was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes. Now, his blood sugar range was off the charts. It was in like the 800s, and it should be down like in the early hundreds. His was 800, and they reckoned that. They were surprised he wasn't even in a coma because it was so bad. Bear now, of course, would have to test his blood and inject insulin 3 times a day. Bear would have to spend the rest of his life battling diabetes. There is no cure, sadly. It was really tough for him growing up with this chronic illness, as you can imagine. He liked to play with the children, but there were some days that he just couldn't play with his peers, especially if he had to go in also and get his injections. Some days were okay. It was really, really tough. This naturally took its toll on Bear, not physically or just physically, but mentally as well, as you can imagine. So not surprisingly, growing up, Bear started to struggle with depression. He spent a lot of time in and out of hospital growing up, which was hard for him to keep up with his schooling as well. He spent so much time off school. His mum just really told him, provided you at least got a GED, then she was happy. Growing up, Bear wanted to help any of his mates out, and there were always teenagers in the house and crashing on the couch if they needed to. It's like Bear, once you were his friend, you were treated so good, and he would treat you really well, and he's really, really loyal, and he makes friends very, very easily. He just really liked to help and support those that he called his friends. Bear began to have other symptoms that came along with having diabetes. He had cataracts in his eyes. He couldn't see that well. He had glasses. But the biggest thing for Bear was the damage to his feet. And if you are a type 1 diabetes sufferer, or you know of somebody, the feet really need to be looked after. Bear suffered from neuropathy, which causes sores and blisters on your feet. And at the age of 17, Bear spent around 5 months in hospital, and his feet were in such bad shape. On one of the articles that I read, it said that it was close to being cut off. I can't remember. Amputated, that's the word. Amputated. Thank goodness it didn't. At the time of Bear's disappearance, though, his feet were in such bad shape that he could hardly walk, and he had to use either a wheelchair or crutches to get around. Bear and his mum had a really close relationship. Like, it felt like not just son and mum, it was, they were.
I just had to pause for a minute. Sleuth Mum, hello. Linda H, hello. Welcome to the channel. Melissa Jane popped in to say hi before work. Thank you so much, guys. We're just looking at my last case of a 20-year-old missing in California. So it's one of the latest videos I've did. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it.
They were really each other's best mates in a way. And some people I've heard, say it's not right for a mum to be best friends with a young adult. But me and my my son, are best mates, and he's 22. And I'm not telling you how old I am. But yeah, it happens. We're really, really close. When Bear turned 20, he wanted some independence, which you can understand. He wanted to move into town to be close to his friends and other places, as the reservation was quite far out of town. Luckily for Bear, the reservation had a casino on it, as we know, and every month tribe members would receive money from this. Never even knew that. That's cool. While Bear was growing up, his was put into a trust which he could access when he turned 18. This meant that Bear was able to cash up for a house, pay it with cash in town, and he moved into the 700 block of Joey Avenue in El Cajon, San Diego. And he was able to deck it out with TVs, furniture, gaming consoles, and Bear also bought himself a couple of sweet cars.
Isn't that where they have tornadoes?
Unfortunately, at the time, he couldn't drive them because of his feet, but he did have them. Now, I mentioned that Bear and his mum, Leilani, were close. She spent hours with Bear every day, like 5 hours. She would dress his feet. She would take him to all his medical appointments, take him for drives in the car to get him out of the house. And when they weren't together, they would ring each other, like I said. And Bear would ring his mum just to say, I'm okay, mum, don't worry about me, type of thing. Once Bear was in his new apartment, he started to go and hang out in a hooker lounge and meet lots of new people. And we've spoke before about Bear meeting someone and they immediately become his friend. If you talk to Bear, you were immediately a friend of his. Bear had a couple of full-time flatmates in the end that he had met at the hooker lounge, and every day Bear's apartment would be full of people hanging out or sleeping over, mostly coming from the hooker lounge. Some people stayed for days at a time. Bear liked to look after his mates, and they benefited from the perks of Bear having that money from the casino. Sadly, though, Bear's health had been declining. As I said, he had these problems with his feet. He was getting around on crutches, on a wheelchair, and some days he could barely walk, or some days he couldn't even get out of bed. Now, Bear was 5'9" and weighed only 100 pounds, and that's 45 kilos, and that is extremely tiny. He was very thin and very weak. He couldn't even drive the cars, like I said. Some days couldn't get out of bed, like I said. Leilani essentially became his caregiver. All this led to Bear suffering more and more with depression. On that Saturday that Bear went missing, his family had to attend a funeral, Bear wasn't up to going to the funeral, but afterwards, Leilani rang Bear and said she'd come and pick him up. Bear didn't last long though. He became quite agitated as there were kids playing who were making a lot of noise, and it just wasn't for him. But it was too much, and Leilani took him back home. During the car ride, however, and when they arrived at Bear's house, they argued. Leilani tried to tell Bear that he had a lot to look forward to. She suggested he go back to school. It would give him something to do and he could make new friends. But Bear was having none of it. He told Leilani that she didn't know what it was like, and he tried to really stress the fact that she just didn't understand what he was going through. Because Bear was really agitated, Leilani left to let Bear cool down a bit. She left around 10:30 p.m. At 11:15 p.m., Leilani received a text from Bear telling her that he loved her. This, sadly, is the last text she would ever receive from Bear. The next day, August the 30th, Leilani texts Bear several times asking various things, such as what he wanted to eat for lunch, what he was doing, etc. But she did not receive an answer, and she became concerned. So she drove over to Bear's house to check on him at approximately 4 p.m. on that day. Upon entering Bear's house, she bumped into one of his full-time flatmates. The flatmate stated that Bear had his door closed, so he presumed Bear was asleep or watching TV. But when Leilani entered Bear's bedroom, Bear was gone, and so were a few other things. His 50-inch TV was missing. His bed was stripped.
I'll try it
His
again.
comforter, which is a duvet in New Zealand and a doona in Australia, was missing, as were his sheets, and the blankets and pillows were on the floor. Bear had a safe in his room in which he kept about $7,000 in cash. The safe was open and the money was missing. This was really worrying. Also missing was Bear's crutches and phone and a backpack. And in that backpack, Bear kept a week or two's worth of insulin inside. Some things were left behind, worryingly, his phone charger, toothbrush, and more worryingly, his glasses. We know that due to the bad cataracts from diabetes, he was nearly blind and he needed his glasses. She asked Bear's roommate, did you hear him leave? Do you know where Bear could be? But the flatmate was just as confused. He said he'd come home around 2:30 a.m., just a few hours after she dropped Bear off. There was no forced entry and Bear's door had remained closed the entire time the flatmate had been home. So whatever happened to Bear, we can assume that it happened between 10:30 p.m. or 11:15 p.m. when he texted his mum, Leilani, and 2:30 a.m. when the flatmate came home. So really just a few hours. So we know Bear couldn't drive at this stage. His cars were there. He could barely even walk. So someone had to have picked Bear up.
My accent.
But why was his bed stripped?
I hate it.
Why would Bear take his 50-inch TV? I mean, it's not like he didn't have money to buy a new one. It seems like it's not exactly an easy item to carry. He couldn't have carried it, that's for sure. It just didn't make sense. Leilani called and texted Bear multiple times, but there was just no answer. Leilani told herself to take a breath, not to panic. She thought maybe he'd gone to a friend's house for a while to get away, but some things didn't add up. I mean, Leilani knew that he had a couple of health appointments the following day, and he would never miss his health appointments. So the next day she went to where these appointments were and waited outside, but no, Bear never showed up. That's when Leilani started to panic. This is when Leilani contacted the police to file a missing persons report. Now, unfortunately, as we know, in a lot of cases, the police didn't take it seriously. They told her that he was a young man with money, he was allowed to go missing and not tell anyone, and 90% of people missing turn up. The report had been filed at this stage, but there was no follow-up with the police. Bear had left on previous occasions for a week or two, but always kept in touch with his mum. His mum were real close and always attended his health appointments. This was different. Leilani knew that Bear had a couple of weeks' worth of insulin in his backpack, so he would have to come back to get more. The following weekend, which was like a week later, there was a powwow at the reservation. Now, this is something that Bear and his family absolutely loved, and Leilani knew that Bear would never miss it for the world. So for those who don't know, from Wikipedia, it states that a powwow is a gathering with dances held by many Native American and First Nation communities. Powwows today allow Indigenous people to socialise, dance, sing, and honour their cultures. Powwows may be private or public, indoors or outdoors. Dancing events can be competitive with monetary prizes. Powwows vary in length from single day to week-long events. That would be something that I would really, really enjoy watching if I got an opportunity. So Leilani, again, was trying to contact all of Bear's friends, to ask if they know what happened, if they know where he is, who he's with. But that actually proved to be difficult because so many people were in and out of Bear's house, and she didn't even know who half of them were. In fact, I don't even know if Bear knew much about them or who they were. She didn't know how to contact them. Bear had so many people in and out from the hooker lounge. Bear threw parties all the time. It was almost like his house had like a revolving door. And, we said he's just so nice. Once you meet him, you become friends, and then, you're friends. Anyone that needed to crash at Bear's was able to. Essentially, he needed a caregiver at this time because his health was so bad. But there's no one came forward with any information. No one said they knew where he'd gone or they knew who he was with or anything. So Leilani did go to the powwow, and she looked everywhere for Bear. She passed out flyers, she talked to heaps of people, but he never showed up. Leilani definitely knew now that something was really, really wrong. It didn't seem like Bear was just off with his mates getting some time out. Something else has happened to Bear. She knew it. So as at this point, it was a week that had gone by and Bear was still missing. He had not contacted anyone. He missed his health appointments, which of course he never does. He was not at the powwow, and he also had not picked up his monthly check from the casino. And I imagine any 20-year-old knows that they've got money, and they've said it's between like $8,000 and $10,000 a month. You'd want that money, would you not? I know I would. So it's weird and odd that he didn't turn up to get that at least. So the police were contacted again. Now, a couple of articles that I read, it wasn't Leilani that contacted the police again because the first time they'd really dismissed us. So it was somebody else that rang the police. And I don't know why it took someone else, not the mother that knows her child inside and out, and she wasn't listened to, and someone else. I don't even know, but we won't go there. I don't know why. But this time, the police actually went and took a look at Bear's house finally. They sprayed luminol in Bear's room, but no blood showed up. Thank goodness. Something good. But they did note the bed stripped, the open safe with thousands of dollars missing. They noted the missing TV. They knew that because of Bear's health, he could not have carried a huge TV. The police believed that Bear left with someone he knew. It was no use them looking for fingerprints because, like I said, this house was a revolving door of people, so there would be way too many fingerprints. So the police got hold of Bear's phone and bank records. Bear's bank account and social media had not been active or touched. They found out, though, strangely, Bear's phone pinged at about 1:29 a.m. at the Barona reservation at the casino, which strikes me as a little odd. Then just 29 minutes later, his phone pinged in Santa Isabel, which is a small town near San Diego Mountains, which we'll look at in a minute. There wasn't much in this area. It was very rural. The mountains were very rugged, and it was full of wild animals. There is no way Bear could have climbed these mountains, or he could barely walk. Bear's phone was turned off on August the 30th, 2015, just a day after he went missing. So if we have a quick look here on this map that you can't see, so let me give you a moment to do that. Again, I apologise how hard it is to see. I'm working on it, guys. I'm working on it. Yeah, it's so frustrating. So at the bottom here, we have 700 Joey Avenue. So this is where his home was in San Diego on the outskirts. Here's Verona Resort and Casino. So that's about an hour. And then we have where the phone pinged in Santa Isabel. Now, if I put the layers on here, you can really see if we go in, there's not a lot around here. These rugged mountains, they are rugged. Bear's not going to be able to get up there. Someone got rid of the phone. They must have. So very, very sad. But let's continue. Those in the mountains, there wasn't much in this area. It was very rural. I think I've said that. The police searched a 1 mile radius around where his phone pinged, but there was never no sign of Bear or anyone else for that matter in those mountains and around that area. So unfortunately, the case has stalled at that time. There was not really a lot to go on, but Leilani never given up. She's never given up searching for Bear. Actually, the day after Bear went missing, another 20-year-old, Skylar Peterson Tosick, went missing as well. His mum seen Bear's story and contacted Leilani, and they compared the cases. It seemed like there were lots of similarities between the cases, but police said that they were not related. It's good, though, that both mothers found a sort of comfort, hopefully, in each other's heartache. I think that's a really nice thing to come out of it. On October 17th, 2015, an unidentified body was found at Lake Hodges. Both ladies' mums were obviously anxious to see if this was one of their boys. The lake is between El Cajon and El Escondido, where Skylar is from, but sadly the remains ended up being those of a female. Leilani was legally allowed to ask the roommates to leave, and she made the house her search headquarters. So there is currently a $50,000 reward for info about what happened to Bear. In 2016, a billboard about his case was displayed in Lakeside on southbound State Route 67 at Mapleview Street. A banner reading "Bring Bear Home" was also on display outside Diaz's home. At one point, Bear's family, friends, and even volunteers went door to door in El Cajon, trying to remind the public that he was still missing. The man, they also, family, hired a private investigator, and they said the case was highly suspicious. In April 2017, Diaz's case, I can't talk, received national attention when it was profiled on the TV series Disappeared. Now, Disappeared is one of my favorite programs. I really like it. Today, a website, Bring Bear Home, continues to try and spread the word, which is going to be in the description box below. In the description box, I'll have ways you can check us out, links to our Facebook page. There's links on how to donate. Always appreciated, never expected. I'll have the website for Bring Bear Home as well, and of all the sources that I've used. Motive. I don't know what you guys think, and I'd like to hear it in the comments what you think, but I think it was about money. The Bear didn't hide the fact that he had money. He was shelling out money all the time wherever he was going. People could see that he had money. The safe was gone. No, it wasn't. The money in the safe was gone. The TV was gone. A lot of things about money, to sell. A lot of people knew Bear had money. So that's what I believe happened. And I believe it will be one of those people that had been in the house and crashed at the house that Bear didn't know a lot about, to be honest. Thought they were his friends. So let me know in the comments below if you have any information on what happened to Bear or Sky.
Yeah, that's me. He was a tiny little dude. He was only like 45 kilos, which is about 100 pounds, with feet walking on crutches. Yeah. You think someone on the reservation knows something? Well, that could be. You could be. I mean, that phone pinged its first ping out at the reservation by the casino. So, was he held by somebody and they took him to the casino to try and get his monthly check? Because it's around 8 to 10 grand. It's a lot of money. But maybe because I know he didn't collect the money, so maybe it was closed or something like that, and he couldn't get his money. That's when they took off to St. Isabel, perhaps. Yeah, it sucks. So I hope at one day that some movement comes on, because it's really horrible. Always the families left behind. And yeah, that sucks. So I'm going to play another video. Since you guys haven't seen them, it'll be a good chance to. Annie, hi! It's been a while. Thank you so much for coming. This is why I put a live stream on at this time, because I'm hoping to catch as many of my friends online as possible. So, loving it. Love to see you. Let me have a look at what we'll do next. This one. Okay, just let me try. I can't. And Annie, so good to see you guys. I was thinking I was just, live stream where we have a lot of fun and talk about cold cases from the rest of the world. We actually have like a spinning thing we do, a spin. Whew. And he says, I'm meant to be doing the census. Oh, is it census day today? That can wait till later. This is more important, Annie, hanging out with us. So what I'm going to do now is show another video. And this was actually a person in New Zealand who's been missing. It wasn't that long ago, so I shouldn't be too bad in it. But we will see. Let's go. I hate myself on the wheel, and whatever state or country it lands on, that's what we do a live stream about, and we're looking into the place and cold cases. Anyway, everything you need to know is in the description box below, including all the sources I use. There's also ways. What the frick? And for you guys to have a laugh at me. And I also pay to have this video. So this happens in the city of Christchurch. Otatahi is the Maori name, is the largest city in the South Island of New Zealand and the seat of the Canterbury region. Christchurch lies on the South Island's east coast, just north of Banks Peninsula on Pegasus Bay. We'll show you where Christchurch is on the map shortly. The Avon River, or Takaro, follows through the centre of the city with an urban park along its banks. The city's territorial authority population is 392,000 people and includes a number of smaller urban areas as well as fixed. Thanks for sticking. If you can help for a little, it's $3 coffee. Check out down below. Grab your coffee. I've got mine. Please like, sub, share, follow, whatever, and let's get into our case today. We are looking into the case of missing man Richard Hinckley, and just in the last couple of days, the police have said that there is a $20,000 reward to help solve this case. So we're going to look into it all. Thanks for sticking around. I know my computer's been at the doctor for another couple of days again. um, Hopefully I don't have to get it fixed anymore because I don't have the money and I don't have the patience. So let's hope everything goes well. Let's get into it, guys. Here we go. So this happens in the city of Christchurch. Otatahi is the Maori name, is the largest city in the South Island of New Zealand and the seat of the Canterbury region. Christchurch lies on the South Island's east coast, just north of Banks Peninsula on Pegasus Bay. We'll show you where Christchurch is on the map shortly. The Avon River, or Takaro, follows through the centre of the city with an urban park along its banks. The city's territorial authority population is 392,000 people and includes a number of smaller urban areas as well as rural areas. The population of the urban area is 380,600 people. Christchurch is the second largest city by urban area population in New Zealand after Auckland. It is the major urban area of an emerging sub-region known informally as Greater Christchurch. Let's quickly have a look. So if you don't know, here's Christchurch on the map, the red dot there in the South Island. So we're the biggest in the South Island. The city suffered a series of earthquakes between September 2010 and January 2012, with the most destructive occurring at 12:51 p.m. on the 22nd of February 2011, in which 185 people were killed and thousands of buildings across the city suffered severe damage, with a few central buildings collapsing. By late 2013, 1,500 buildings in the city had been demolished, leading to ongoing recovery and rebuilding projects. The city later became the site of a terrorist attack targeting 2 mosques on 15th of March 2019, in which 51 souls were killed, and which was described by the Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern at the time as one of New Zealand's darkest days. So a lot for Christchurch that they've had to go through. Let's start briefly at police website, police.govt.nz. Missing person, Richard Hinckley. Date of birth, 1966. Date of disappearance, 25th of December 2015. This is Christmas Day, guys. He's a European, 184 centimetres tall. He often wears a beanie or a hat. So all this says is Richard was last spoken to on Christmas Day, 25th December 2015, and has not been seen or heard from since. Now, his reference number is 160210/8867. I'm going to have that in the description box below. Also, where you can call if you have information as well. I mean, someone out there is going to talk. Someone wants this money. So, come on now, guys. We've actually been quite lucky in this case because there's actually, surprisingly for New Zealand, there's like 3 or 4 articles and they all have a little bit of different information. So let's get into this one. Neighbour says police raided his home, accused him of murdering Richard Hinckley 2 years after his disappearance. And I tell you now, the name of this guy is in the article, but everyone is innocent and proven guilty. And yeah, just keep that in mind. A man says police have accused him of murdering his neighbour nearly 2 years after Richard Hinckley went missing. And this is January 11, 2018. He said, they did over my flat, kicked me out for 2 days, dug up my garden, went through everything, took half my stuff away, his neighbour said. I don't know a thing, I'm not involved. So Richard Hinckley, 49, was last seen at Kiwi Bank in Edgware, Christchurch on December 12, 2015. So let's have a quick look where that is. If we zoom in, I'm zooming in. I have a kind of a dot where Edgware Road is, and his house is on Madras Street, which this is. I just don't actually know which one. I think I'm going a bit too fast for that, so we'll keep on moving till it catches up. The same day, the Insolvency and Trustee Service granted him a no asset procedure. I don't know if you guys have heard of that. It's an alternative to bankruptcy when someone is up to $47,000 in debt. Richard had not contacted family since. So that was December 12th. Police say the case remains a missing persons inquiry, calling suggestions they were running a homicide inquiry premature. Richard's relative said she thought foul play could be a possibility and was deeply distressing. And my heart goes out to the family. Of course, family, we really feel for you guys, and we're really, really sorry you're going through this. We hope we can help. That's what we're here for. Investigators raided the guy's home, which is directly in front of Richard's. Shortly before Christmas last year, he said, while searching his home, Lawrence said police took him to the police station and told him they believed he murdered his neighbour. I've got no idea what happened. He could have left the country for all I know. Police think I had some big falling out with him, but I didn't really. Other people certainly did. I don't know why they aren't investigating them. Who aren't they investigating? I reported him missing. I don't know if that has something to do with it. I don't know if people have been talking. And of course, we know in the true crime world that if you are the person that reports a murder or disappearance, whatever, you're looked at. Person of interest, maybe, I don't know, but you are looked at. Police charged him with burglary. They accuse him of breaking into Richard's home in the days after reporting him missing, stealing and then pawning Hinckley's laptop. He did actually appear in the Christchurch District Court on the burglary charge in December. It is understood he is defending the charge and will appear next month. I think we hear more about that. He said he got on with Richard. He was a friendly guy, a bit different. He says, of course, there's no evidence. I didn't do anything, so how can they charge me? He said there's a bit of anxiety that they could come up with some rubbish story, but the truth is out there. I don't know anything about it. He declined to say who he thought police should investigate. Let's hear a little bit about Richard. A beautiful character. Hinckley's auntie, Jill Martin, who we heard speak at the beginning, said the family was struggling to understand what happened to him. That's the worst of it. She said, you start to think now that he could have taken his own life, maybe, but we don't know. Despite no contact from her nephew for more than 2 years, she would not rule out possibility that he was still alive. She said all things are possible. Even the police would probably say that people turn up. But you would wonder what he's living on. I find that the most distressing thing is to think that he could be suffering in some way or someone's using him as whatever. That's a very uncomfortable to think of. Richard is an only child. He lived with his parents until he was 17. When they separated, his father eventually moved to Australia and his mother died in 2011. Jill says this was a very loving lad, probably old-fashioned in some ways. He belonged to a different generation. He was just a sweet lad. Housing New Zealand, which is now called Kainga Ora, I think. Oh, gosh, no, I don't know if it is. Don't quote me on that, but I'm sure we'll find out as we move along. They had Richard's tenancy cancelled in July of 2016. 2 of his aunts cleaned his house and stored some items in case he returned. And I think that's one aspect that we actually don't think of when people go missing or something happens to them. What happens to the house that they were in, and the poor families that have to go in there and take stuff out, and trying to choose what you keep, how much do you store, how long do you store it for your loved one. Yeah, that would get me. She said the police said at the moment it's a missing persons inquiry. It's an active investigation. There are a number of persons of interest, nothing more, nothing less. Clearly, he's gone since 2015, so we have some concerns. Detective Sergeant Michael Freeman said in 2016, police interviewed multiple people about Hinckley's disappearance. Foul play and self-harm were among the possibilities police were investigating. He said, "We were looking for a smoking gun at this stage, but we haven't found anything. We still have an open mind on what happened to Richard. We just simply don't know." And this was stuff.co.nz. Let's look at the next one from nzherald.co.nz. Cold case. Richard Hinckley, the mysterious case who vanished on Christmas Day. This was by Elizabeth Binning, 30th of November 2021. So I'm trying to do these in chronological order and just get the information, hopefully new information, and especially information about the type of person that he was, because we really want to know the person that Richard Hinckley was. When police turned up at Richard Hinckley's home after a neighbour reported him missing, they found a clean and tidy unit with Japanese decor and plenty of family pictures on display. There were no signs of a struggle. His laptop was still there, and everything was in order except for his partially unmade bed. So they said that it was a double bed, and only one side had looked like it had been slept in, and the sheets pulled back. And compared to the rest of the house, that was really tidy. That looked a bit odd to them. It was February 10th, 2016, and although the fridge was well stocked, the milk had long expired. Gross. We know how bad that is. And his much-loved plants in the backyard hadn't been cared for in some time. Inquiries quickly revealed the 49-year-old was last seen on December 23rd. The last known conversation anyone had with him was when an uncle called on Christmas morning, so on the 25th. According to his uncle, it was a shorter than normal conversation, and Hinckley, who sounded a bit tense, quote, a bit tense, unquote, said he'd call back when he was a bit more awake, but he didn't. After that, he simply vanished. Nearly 6 years on, and police still have no idea what happened to the Christchurch man. Everything seems to stop at his house on the 25th of December. It's as 2015. It's as if time has stood still since then, said Detective Sergeant Michael Freeman. It's as if someone has got out of bed, answered a phone call, made a cup of tea, left their slippers on the floor, and just walked out the door. He said police were contacted by Housing New Zealand, which is now Kainga Ora. On February the 10th, they had received a call from a neighbour who was concerned he hadn't seen him for several weeks. So Kainga Ora used to be Housing New Zealand, and it's state housing. Police carried out a welfare check but found no signs of a break-in or any misadventure. The flat was neat and tidy, but there didn't appear to be any missing items. But I mean, it's hard to tell, like, if there is missing items, really, isn't there? I mean, if you don't know what items are supposed to be there. Police started contacting known associates, but when no one had seen Richard for several weeks, they launched an official missing persons inquiry, which involved trawling through all aspects of his life. Yeah, not nice. A picture began to emerge of a man who loved all things Japan. He even learned the language and decorated the walls of his flat with Japanese wallpaper. I know people that love things to do with Japan, anything to do with Japan. So it's not just Richard that was into this stuff. I know people that are into this stuff. He was estranged from his father, but had a close relationship with his mum and good reputation with colleagues. He once worked with a fishing trawler. He had worked here and in Australia, and other jobs included time as a taxi driver and in construction. So he's had a few jobs and different types of things. He also managed his money well until in 2004 he was involved in a car crash that left him with serious spinal and head injuries. In 2011, his mum died and things changed dramatically for Richard. Trigger warning, we're going to talk about mental health and depression a little bit. So if that hurts or triggers, just jump off. See you next time. But
we will keep going. His family says the loss hit him hard. He suffered from depression and he started drinking heavily. Emotionally, he took a dive with all that grief, his Aunt Jill Martin said. He also moved into a world where he dabbled in drugs, had more associates than long-term friends, and ended up in financial trouble. His family still don't know any of these factors, or if any of these factors played a role in his disappearance. Freeman describes Hinckley or Richard as a unique and slightly quirky individual who would invite associates to his home where they would listen to music, drink, smoke, Mary Jane. There were often disagreements and friendships often didn't last long as he was prone to lose his temper if things didn't go his way. Most of the time, Richard was quite placid, but he'd rise to the occasion if somebody pressed the wrong button, recalls Patsy, another one of his aunts. He'd stick up for himself and others if he thought there was a wrong being done. Detective Inspector Michael Ford, who was not involved in the case at the time but was brought in to provide a fresh perspective on the disappearance, said finding out what happened to Richard was difficult because there was no body. Options include the possibility that Hinckley took his own life, left of his own accord, and didn't want to be found or was killed by somebody else. Now, they're talking about a show that this information came in on, and it's called Cold Case, and I will put the link down below. It's from TVNZ On Demand. You can actually go back and watch it, and a program, obviously. So a lot of this information came out of that program. Locating Richard is the key to the mystery, he said. When we locate Richard, we will be able to establish how he's got there, why he is there, and who else is involved. And I always say, I feel for people or for families that have missing relatives, because not knowing and not being able to lay their loved one to rest is just, I couldn't imagine how that would be. So money is one factor that could play into all these possibilities. Richard had traditionally been very good with his money and finances, but by the time he went missing, he was looking at insolvency. We talked about that no asset procedure that he sorted out before, working with the budget advisor, and he was trying to repay close to $50,000 worth of debt. So he really got into trouble financially. He had started using a credit card when his mother died, putting the cost of her funeral on the card, and then making regular cash withdrawals from ATMs the following year. I told my kids to never get credit cards. By 2015, the monthly withdrawals were happening at an alarming rate until July, when his card became maxed out. Police are still unsure what he did with the cash. Gambling was considered, but there was no real evidence of that. Associates described how he would flash around the money and count it in front of them. I think that sounds like odd behavior, and I wonder if this could be... We don't know what the head injury did to him when he had that car crash, and head injuries can do some damage and make people do odd things sometimes, I guess. None of them seemed to know where it came from or what it was spent on. On December 23rd, so 2 days before he went missing, he met a budgeting staff member. He appeared to be on track and had set up the no-act procedure thingy. I forgot the name of it, and he was getting on top of it. Police have questioned whether the shame of that no asset procedure, the insolvency, overwhelmed him, if he used the money to leave his former life and flee overseas undetected, or if associates he flashed cash in front of had taken advantage of that and something more sinister happened as a result. He says, I think it is certainly a bit of a dream to accumulate a bit of cash and create a new identity, but I think he's still in New Zealand, said Detective Sean Breenall, who has also been involved in the case. Freeman said the drug world was fickle, so could have played a role in this disappearance. He said, let's face it, people get killed over an ounce, a pound. If something goes wrong, that could be a possibility, but we just don't know. If foul play was involved, Greenall believes more than one person would know about it because Richard is a big, large man
standing about 184 centimetres tall. And for you folks that aren't in New Zealand, I don't know what that is in feet. You have to figure that out. Thanks for hanging in there. I know this is a long case, this one, but I'm kind of glad of that because we're actually getting details, which we don't normally get. So I'm quite glad. Police say there weren't any signs that Richard had planned to end his life or flee and create a new one. He had what would have been fresh milk, bread in his cupboards, and he had all his clothes there. And you'd often expect a body to turn up by now if he'd chosen to take his life. The only thing that looked out of place in his flat was the partially unmade bed. It was noticeable because it was a double bed that had only been slept in on one side. It struck him as unusual given the cleanliness of the rest of the house. Again, his laptop was missing the second time police searched the home. They later tracked it down. It had been pawned a few days after neighbours reported his disappearance to Kangaroa. It was reformatted and sold online, so all possible evidence or clues about his state of mind was gone, which is such a shame because we don't know what he was doing on that computer, and it could have given a lot of clues. So that's tough. Police say the length of time it took for his disappearance to be reported to police, combined with his lack of good friends, state of mind, and the laptop being reformatted, has made the investigation more difficult, especially in the absence of a body. They believe the answer lies with the public, and that's why I do these videos, and that's why you guys like, share, follow, all that stuff, because you want to help as well. This is very solvable. It's just finding that piece of evidence or information that leads us down the right path, said Ford. It's just so important. If the community have information, they tell us. We want to know where he is, because if we find him, everything else will fall into place. Freeman said it's difficult not knowing what happened. He said, it stays with you. Some of these people you don't find because we've got families. I'm a parent myself. I've got 2 daughters. No parent should have to wonder where their child is missing or dead. And I guess sometimes in true crime, and in a lot of ways, we forget about we talk about the effects on victims and their families, of course, but sometimes I think we forget about the effect that it has on law enforcement and fire people and ambulances, the things that they see and possibly have to carry with them. We do forget about that. He said, you look around the room and he can see there are family members there, lots of photographs and happy times. He's someone's son, someone's uncle or relative. His family wants some closure. We just have a moment of time. We can evidentially, I should say, put him at his address on Christmas Day, but almost from 10 o'clock that day, Richard just ceased to exist. Something that remains difficult for the family to cope with. His father died a few years ago without knowing what happened to his son, and that just breaks my heart. We lost other family members in the last few years, but know what happened. We're able to say goodbye. Oh, yeah. So they know what happened. They've lost family. They know what happened. They can say goodbye. But in the case of Richard, we just don't know what happened. There's not a day that goes past that his family don't think about him. She said, when I think of Richard now, I'm just wondering, where are you, Richard? She said, if Richard is no longer alive, we want to bring him back and put him with our ancestors. Breaking heart, guys. Okay, we're going to look at stuff.co.nz. This was by Sam Sherwood on November the 30th, 2021. Murder, suicide, or a new identity, the mysterious disappearance of Richard Hinckley. And I chose this one because there is a few bits and pieces about him that we haven't heard before. Walking into Richard Hinckley's 2-bedroom flat on the fringe of Christchurch's city centre, police found few clues to account for his disappearance. The 49-year-old, who had been missing for 7 weeks, had left a pair of sandals neatly in the middle of the living room, with a pair of jandals beside the sliding door. His kitchen was clean and tidy, and above his clock was a collection of more than a dozen cans of Sapporo, the oldest beer brand in Japan. His fascination with Japanese culture extended to the living room with Japanese writings all over his wallpaper, as well as lanterns, posters of Japanese pop culture, and a large map of Japan. So when we're talking about this guy loves Japan, he loves Japan. He also was known to relatives as Mr. Bean due to his mannerisms and had hung all of his clothes neatly in the wardrobe. It sounds like, although his parents aren't around to support him, he's got some family that really love him. The last known person to speak to Richard was his uncle, who called him on Christmas morning 2015. It was about 7:30 a.m. and Richard was a bit terse. What the hell does terse mean? I'm thinking it has to be tense. I think we read somewhere that it's tense. So just a little mistake. We all make mistakes. We have brain farts. The two men spoke for about 10 minutes, and his uncle said he would catch up with him later in the morning when he was more awake. Power usage from Richard's home showed him moving around the house until 9 a.m. The power usage then goes to standby devices, and it appears he left home. It was not until February 10th the following year that his neighbour reported him missing. So we're going, that's a long time to be missing, isn't it? Sadly, and not reported. I'm not sure why it took so long to report. His other neighbours hadn't seen him around, and I suppose the neighbour said I hadn't seen him as well, so I thought maybe I should call someone about it. 6 years on, his disappearance remains a mystery, with police making a fresh appeal for information to find him as part of their investigation, and they dubbed this one called Operation Madras, because he lived on Madras, I guess. Wrinkly, no, not Wrinkly. Try Richard Hinckley. I'm sorry, Richard. Was an only child. He lived with his parents until they separated when he was 17. His father, who suffered from post-polio syndrome, eventually moved to Australia. Richard, who was a bit of a recluse, was 195 centimetres tall. I'm sure that was different before. Of solid build, had a shaved head and often wore a beanie or a hat. So we've got a cool picture here that we haven't seen before. Looks like his living room. And they're talking, there's obviously Japan map on the wall. He was a private person, but he also enjoyed the company of others and had established some friendships. We understand, we've said before, he has mates around, they smoke a bit and drink a bit and have a bit of fun. He would also make them smoothies, apparently. Unfortunately, most of the relationships would break down in part due to some physical altercations with associates. He did have a bit of a temper, but he was also trying to reach out to people to form those relationships. Richard was paranoid and at one point had furniture blocking his garage door, telling a relative it was there in case someone wanted to come in. It would give him a bit more time. His aunt describes her nephew, Richard, as a unique individual. She said there was a lot to Richard. He was a deep thinker, but he also had a great sense of humour. You could have a lot of fun with him, you could joke around and just thoroughly enjoy his company, and I could do with a whole lot more of it. It just sounds delightful. It sounds like they've just got such a real nice bond. Martin says Richard immersed himself in Japanese culture, as we know, and actually learned to speak Japanese. At one stage, he rented a big house and filled it with students who helped him with his Japanese while he helped them with their English, which is pretty cool. And we know again that his life took a turn when his mother died. That, combined with the earthquakes, she said, sent him into depression. He was a man that loved to learn and he had hopes and dreams, but the year of 2011 was difficult for him. He had no siblings to share that grief with, and his father was living in Australia battling his stuff. So very hard time for Richard and lonely, I think, and his grief would have been immense. Despite the countless aftershocks, Richard turned down an opportunity to move to the North Island to live with his maternal relatives because of his deep loyalty to the city of Christchurch. He loved Christchurch and just wanted to be there. While Martin was aware that Richard had been going through a tough time, it wasn't something he tended to share over the phone. He kept it light. He was talking to his elderly auntie, so he told me all the positive things. We had a laugh about things. He didn't really get into many theories. But we know that he had financial issues. We've covered this. The credit card debt, it says on here, was about $12,000. A year later, it was $29,000. Now, we also heard they said about, my hair's sticking up. We also heard that he was doing cash withdrawals from that credit card. That was peaking about May and June with more than $5,000 withdrawn over that period. Eventually, he maxed out his credit card. His spending was largely on alcohol, cannabis, and other items. He regularly used food places and got food parcels, and no cash was found at home. There's a big question about what he's using that cash on and where did it go. Obviously, they're saying that for the amount of money that he was maxed out on the credit card and the $5,000 withdrawals, where is this money? There's nothing to show for it. So that's really weird. It would be good to know what happened there. It appears Hinckley, who was on a benefit, lived from pay to pay and had little money in his bank account at the time of his disappearance. He had no major assets such as a car and lived quite a meager lifestyle. So here we have another picture of his kitchen. The last known sighting again was December 18 from the budget advisor. They had got that bankruptcy and debt stuff in line. But then on December 12th, we haven't heard this, he went to the Kiwi Bank in Edgware, a short walk from his home. He checked his balance and put a pin on his card. He later went to the dentist to make plans to get his teeth fixed. Now, I don't know about you guys, but when I see someone that's making appointments, like making a dentist appointment, going through this budgeting stuff and doing this insolvency stuff, if you were going to go missing, would you bother with this stuff? I wouldn't have thought so. But Martin puts the debt down to his spiraling mental health. She said, I can see how he would have got into debt, which is not Richard. He always used to be really good with money, but things happened. When I last spoke to him, he had addressed that and could see his way forward. It's like he vanished nearly 6 years on. No answers. There's a number of scenarios. I was about to say scenarios, but I'm not quite sure that's a word. There's a number of scenarios you could pretty much run wild. You could say he's gone out, had an argument with someone. He could have gone out somewhere and had a medical event. He could have been murdered. He could have just planned his own demise with all the problems he was having with the cash disappearing. So he did have cash on him. Did he have cash on him? Where did that cash go? And going through insolvency, he could have established a new life with a new identity. I think that would be really hard in New Zealand to start a new life with a new identity. New Zealand's only got 5 million people. I don't know. I think it's too small for that. So he says, nothing has come up in the last 6 years. Missing person inquiries, people normally turn up after a short time, so it's unusual for someone to be missing for so long. But we know it's not that unusual because we cover the missing people in New Zealand. Detective Inspector Michael Ford says the case continues to be treated as a missing person, but is getting the same scrutiny as would a homicide inquiry. So now we're just going to shift quickly to stuff.co.nz. This is January 31st of 2022, so just for this year. Wanted to share this one. Christchurch man officially declared dead 6 years after disappearing. So the coroner has ruled a man missing without a trace for more than 6 years has died. However, the coroner said there was insufficient evidence to determine whether Richard Hinckley died after becoming lost or injured, whether he took his own life or if he was killed by another person. This just goes through all the stuff that we've really already talked about. A report by Chief Coroner Judge Deborah Marshall released to stuff.co.nz examined his mysterious disappearance.
On December 12th, he made his last FPOS transaction at the dentist. He was told he needed $3,500 worth of treatment. Oh my F&G. Dentists are so expensive. I reckon Kiwis have the worst teeth. And we're going to the budget advisor. Apparently, the budget advisor, the dentist, I think, said he appeared strange and offered him drugs. It's not clear what drugs he offered. Also, when they entered his home on February 10th, the laptop was there. And during the second search of his home on April 13th, nothing suspicious was found. Hinckley's phone, laptop, keys, and FPOS card were not there. The coroner said Hinckley's phone, or Richard's phone, is still active, but no one answered the phone, and the person in possession of it did not respond to messages left by the police. Police inquiries with Immigration New Zealand found no record of Richard leaving the country. I mean, he would have had to have a passport and to get out of the country, so no. The coroner concluded that despite an investigation, police have been unable to establish what happened to him. There was insufficient evidence to decide how he died, but he's declaring him dead. Richard's aunt Jill said the coroner's ruling was no surprise as there was no evidence of him being alive. This does not give me closure because I still don't know what happened. I was pretty certain in my mind he had already passed away, but I just would like to know what happened. That's what's keeping me going, is that one day we might find out. And gosh, I mean, we're nearly done here. Please, if you know anything, the information is going to be down below.
All right. No, let's try something else. Hang on. So that's pretty much the end of that one. But yeah, that's a really puzzling case. I'm fascinated when people manage to disappear or vanish, and it's just like poof, they're just gone. I think this guy was making appointments. I mean, who would make a horrible dentist appointment if you weren't going to be around? So I feel like he was making plans for the future. And if he was going to unalive himself, I don't know if he would do that. Wyoming says, I hope he's still alive. Curious says, seems to be a lot of people going missing in New Zealand with no evidence. Poof. And I just, in New Zealand, yeah, you don't see people missing on the news very often. There's very little of people missing in New Zealand. You hear it on Facebook most of the time, which is just a bit tragedy. So what we can do is we can look at another one. See you later, Julie. It was awesome to see you. I've got the video here of the one that was solved, which we talked about, the Russell Allison case. So I might play that. But it's one of my first videos, and it's really, really, really bad. So you're allowed to laugh at me. So let me go see if I can figure this out. No, that didn't work. Wyoming says it's just weird to get your teeth worked on and then unalive yourself. I know, right? Why would you go through that pain? Or, yeah, it doesn't make sense. How share screen? Right. I'm getting there. All this stuff. Just seems weird. Yeah, you get your teeth worked on and then you unalive yourself. Doesn't make sense, does it? A lot of this one doesn't make sense. So this one I'm going to play is one that is actually, what's it called when they fix them? Well, it's a case closed because we found the horrible perpetrators that did this. And once you've seen this video, I think you might get a good idea of who may have been involved in his death. And it's a pretty horrible one, but it's only 10 minutes. So please stick around and
It's
take a
TJ.
look at this one.
Welcome back to New Zealand Mysteries. Thanks for being here.
I sound like a dick.
If you like this video, please
how did I
give it
do
a
that?
tick and subscribe, hit your notification bell, and please share it with your friends and family. We want to raise awareness of our cases that we look at
God, I was a weirdo.
to help get them solved. So today we are looking at a cold case. Now the information is actually from a TV show called Cold Case here in New Zealand. We're looking at season 2, episode 1, which is the unsolved death of Russell Allison. And we're getting this information from the police website, which is listed. And I will leave links in the description box below where you can probably go and actually watch the show. If you have any information about this case, you need to
You remember this
call
one,
0800
Wyoming?
Cold Case, or you can go anonymously online to Crime Stoppers or call them 0800 555.
I hate talking when it's on because I think that's hard. So Wyoming, I did show a article at the beginning of the stream because the killers have been arrested for this, but I just wanted to show people the case. You know what I mean?
5111. You can also email
God, I did
operationthroughheart
that.
at
Kiwi, hey, nice to see you,
police.govt.nz
hon.
or call 105. That's police.
Thanks
The
for
file
coming
number
in.
for this case is 130125/3212.
Oh, thanks, Pookie.
Now, there is a huge $100,000 reward out for information regarding this case, which we will go over as
All right.
well. Here we are on the police website. We're looking into cold case. There's a section there, and then we're clicking on Russell Allison 2013. This is episode 1 of series 2, I think it was, and it was aired on the 3rd of November 2020. As I say, I will have a link in the description box below where you can go and see the episode. There is
I'll show
a
the article for you,
$100,000 reward at the moment for information about the death of Russell Allison, but we're going to go through those details shortly. First, we will have a listen to the story. In the early hours of the morning of January 26, 2013, 88-year-old war veteran Russell Allison died in a house fire. While the small rural community of Te Karaka near Gisborne mourned the death of the much-loved father, former local rugby player, and altogether good guy, police began their investigation into what appeared to be a suspicious fire. The position of the 88-year-old's remains indicated to investigators that Russell may have been trying to get out of bed at the time of his death. Russell's knees were hanging out over the edge of the wire mattress. Police believe the fire started in the kitchen, and due to the old condition of the house and native timber, the fire burnt hot and the farmhouse was quickly razed to the ground. All the wiring and electrical appliances were checked, and no item was found to have any electrical fault. Having established the seat of the fire was in the kitchen, I think they're supposed to say site, I'm not sure, police had to consider the possibility that someone gained access to the house. On the night of the fire, after helping his father to bed, as was the nightly routine, Russell's son John is adamant he checked the back door was locked from the inside and went out the front door, which locked behind him. When investigators retrieved the back door lock from the fire remains, the forensic locksmith established the device was now in the unlocked position. The key to the front door was kept in a shed directly beneath the water tank, and only a small number of people who were close to Russell knew where that key was kept. Although every other key kept in the shed has been recovered, the front door key has never been found. On the day of the fire, Russell received a call from a person he knew, which police believe was of a threatening nature. The caller was known to drive a blue Nissan March, and that vehicle travelled from Tauranga to Matata, Tanetua, and Opotiki, all in the direction of Te Karaka in the hours leading up to the fire. We'll have a look at the photos in some depth at the end. Police used phone polling data to track the caller's cell phone on the day of the fire. The data from the phone and the CCTV footage of the blue Nissan March's journey align. The person's cell phone also pinged off the Te Karaka cell site in the hours leading up to the fire. The cell site only provides coverage to a very small area, which included Russell's house. Police believe Russell's caller was in the Te Karaka/Whatatutu area in the hours leading up to Russell's death. Police need your help to establish the truth about the fire that claimed the life of Russell Ellison. We're just going to have a look through some of the pictures. Really, there was not much left, and I honestly don't know how they can even tell what things are. As I said, the New Zealand Police is offering a $100,000 reward. So let's look at that. New Zealand Police is offering a $100,000 reward for information about the death of Gisborne man Russell Ellison, aged 88, whose remains were found in a suspicious fire at his home address of 290 Whatatutu Road, Te Karaka, near
It really
Gisborne,
is.
in the early hours of Friday, 25th January on 2013. Mr. Ellison's death has been the subject of an open and active investigation for nearly 8 years. Police is confident the fire was started intentionally to cause his death. The investigation team is encouraged by the information received as a result of the recent screening of the cold case episode. We know there are still people who can help us solve the case. Due to the seriousness of this case, police are now offering this reward. Police will pay out a reward of up to $100,000 for material, information, or evidence which leads to the identity and conviction of any person or people responsible for Mr. Ellison's death. The reward will remain in force until 30th of April 2021. So definitely it's out there for another 3 months. So hopefully it stirs some information. The Commissioner of Police will determine the amount of the reward and will, if necessary, apportion payment where there is more than one claimant. Immunity from prosecution may be considered for any accomplice, not being the main offender who provides information or evidence to police. And next, it's got information on where you can reach the police if you need to, which we have. And there's a video here, a small one from the police about the reward, and I will put the description in the link in the description box below. If you have any information about the fire that killed Russell Ellison back in 2013.
Okay, I'm quickly going to read a article again for you. The person who didn't know it was solved. Woman arrested over 2013 death of Ronald Ellison. This was 3rd of November 22. A 62-year-old woman has been charged with arson and the murder of Gisborne man Ronald Ellison in 2013. Ellison died in a suspicious fire at his home in Te Karaka near Gisborne in the early hours of 25th of January. Far out 2013. The 88 lived alone and had limited mobility. Police said the fire began in the kitchen and the wooden farmhouse quickly razed to the ground. Ellison's death had been the subject of an open and active investigation for 9 years. Yeah. Okay, how do I get rid of that? There I am. Pam, you're feeling sick? Go to bed, honey, and we'll catch up next time. So I'm not quite sure if you just want to stick around still for a bit longer, or what you want to do. If people want to come up and panel and have a chat, that's cool. You don't have to show your face, or we can watch another video of mine that I've done. So let me know what you want to do, people. I can't ask you. You're Southern. I can still ask you, Pookie. What's that got to do with like being Southern? I don't get it. Anything is fine with Wyoming Adventures. Okay, well, let me go and have a little look at my channel and see what it is I have got there. That I don't want to do really big ones, but there's some really, really awesome ones. So let's take a look at my channel. Okay. Now I must ask you, it's a bit of a trigger warning. I did a video of the devastation of Cyclone Gabrielle, who has touched over a third of New Zealand. Little Dove, hi, it's good to see you. Thank you. Little Pokey says Southerners speak slowly with a drawl. I love all the accents. I think it's amazing. In this video about the cyclone, I do there's 9 people dead, and I do try and find information about each of those people and read it out. Is there anyone that would be opposed to watching that? Because it could be quite triggering. So if you say no in the comments, then I won't do that. So let me know. I just thought it was a way of telling the world what was happening and how we needed help. I love accents too, Wyoming. There's heaps of real cool American ones. Yes, for you. Okay, so no one's going to be worried about it, hopefully. Let's take a look. Like if at any time that someone thinks this is too much, let me know. Yeah.
Some without food and water. Issued a national state of emergency, only the 3rd time in its history. The New Zealand Defence Force and teams from around the world are here to continue looking for loved ones who are missing and helping with the recovery. Half of New Zealand's population has been affected. It will take years to recover from this. Hi guys, it's great to be back. My name is TJ, if you haven't been before. I have been away for quite a long time, I must admit, and I have not been working at the moment, so I've got a bit of time, bit of energy, so I thought I would sort of come back and look at some cases and other stuff. This isn't the greatest thing that I wanted to come back on. Cyclone Gabrielle has been devastating to the North Island of New Zealand. We're going to take a look at some of the death and destruction. We're going to look at some of the stories, and we're going to look at and remember loved ones who are missing and or deceased and who we lost, and we're going to look at their stories. It's a very sad story, but it's also very fluid. At the moment in the North Island, we have a huge deluge of rain. We have heavy rain warnings. We've got people being evacuated. We've got people getting trapped in cars, the whole 9 yards. So all the shit that's gone on, it's just more. It's just more. And I'm in the South Island, thank goodness. I have no idea what it's like for people up there. I'm just doing my best to support them however I can. So
thank you so much.
come take a little bit of a journey with me. Like I said, things are fluid, so if things change, I may need to make an update video, 1 or 2, but we will go from there. Thanks for being here, guys. I've missed you so much. Let's go look. So I am betting that some of you are not from New Zealand and don't know much about us. So I'm going to point out whereabouts the cyclone has made the worst impact. So if we look at the North Island here, it did a lot of damage in the upper North Island here, which we call Northland. Auckland itself was hard hit, especially along these beaches down here, the West Coast beaches, which we'll take a look at. We're going to be talking about Muriwai. It's there. The cyclone tracked round here and all the way down the West Coast. The worst hit is Hawke's Bay, which is this region, and we're going to talk about a lot of numbers in that region.
Please,
so let's take a look.
I hope you're all safe.
You think I'd be more organised, right? First time back and all. So we're going to look at nzherald.co.nz. As I said, you can see there 2 guys escaping through the windows. This is floodwaters happening right now. So we're going to get into what's happened and then look into what's happening right now, which I just can't believe it's happening again. So this was released today, 24th of February. By the numbers, Hawke's Bay death toll, missing persons, red-stickered homes and cars destroyed. We're going to see some crazy photos. It's hard to believe, to be honest. It's a tale of 2 islands right now, I feel. Yeah, Hawke's Bay was the hardest hit region in the country in terms of damage and deaths caused by Cyclone Gabrielle.
I'm in the south.
10 days on from the devastating floods, here is what we know in numbers. The confirmed death toll following Cyclone Gabrielle is 8 in Hawke's Bay as at Friday afternoon. 1 person has also died in Gisborne and 2 in Auckland as a result of the cyclone, taking the confirmed death toll to 11 across the country as of Friday the 24th. There are 23 people uncontactable. The number of people who have been uncontactable since the floods last Tuesday, February 14th, sits at 23 people across Hawke's Bay and Gisborne, which has fallen drastically over the past week. More than 100 police staff have been working on matching and verifying people reported as uncontactable, a police statement read. There are 80 so far red stickered homes and buildings. Red stickers mean they are badly damaged. You cannot go in. It's unsafe to go. And you can tell by this picture that this house is going to be one of them. 80 homes and buildings. It's a huge number, and there's lots more to come. Bulk of those 78 buildings are located in the Hastings district, which includes flood ravaged locations such as Esk Valley and Puketapu. Now, they talk about Puketapu. I just want to show you sort of inland, because a lot of inland is where the devastation has happened. So again, we look at the Hawke's Bay, but we're going sort of inland a bit. These areas in here got really, really badly hit. Our building inspection team has been bolstered by an additional 20 plus inspectors who have come to Hastings from around the country. There are 840 yellow stickered homes and buildings across Napier, Hastings and Central Hawke's Bay districts, meaning they have moderate damage and entry is restricted, such as part of the building being deemed unsafe to enter. The bulk of those 643 are located in the Hastings district. Thousands of cars written off. The owner of a tow truck business in Hawke's Bay says the number of vehicles destroyed by the floods in the region is in the thousands. And as you take a look at this silt, this is the crap that was left by the rivers in the water. When it was wet, it was just muddy sludge. And then with a few days
dry, it turns into this hard, cracked crap. The guy says he has a mountain of jobs that have been given to him by the insurance companies, but at this stage, a lot are inaccessible. 2,789 people without power still. On Friday, Unison said its progress in restoring power to rural communities in Hawke's Bay was being impacted by continuing wet weather in the region. We just managed to touch on that before. There's a lot of wet weather going on right now. While the weather is holding up rural restoration efforts, crews will continue with repairs in urban and rural areas that are accessible and where conditions are safe, and resume efforts to areas still isolated as soon as it's safe. Those without power in Hawke's Bay, mostly in outlying rural areas. There are small pockets still without power in urban areas due to isolated flood-damaged assets or faults, but they are repairing these street by street. Unfortunately, police have reported in the Gisborne and Hawke's Bay area there have been between 5 and 35 people arrested daily from Monday. Now, a lot of these offences include burglaries, but the police have stated that there's a lot of family harm going on, which you can kind of understand. It's not good, but you can kind of understand that there's a lot of stress out there, a lot of stress. There's also a lot of looting going on. And it just blows my mind how people can prey on vulnerable people who have lost their homes in times like this. It just beggars belief to me. But it happens everywhere, doesn't it? Dozens of bridges destroyed or damaged. A staggering number of bridges have been destroyed or badly damaged on Hawke's Bay roads. Hastings District Council alone has reported 8 of its bridges destroyed and a further 18 bridges damaged on local roads. Now, can you imagine the force that it would take to snap roads in half, really? It's got to be a lot of force. It's insane. The government has released many support packages for businesses, for people who have lost everything, for farmers and growers. Look, here in the South Island where I live, a lot of our fresh fruit and veggies come from the Hawke's Bay. Hawke's Bay wine is really big, and there's just crops and crops that are just gone. Thousands or millions of dollars worth. Very, very sad. For our next story that we're going to look at, we're going to go to look at Muriwai. It's on the coast here of Auckland. Little coastal sort of township. Cyclone Gabrielle, Muriwai firefighter Dave Van Zwanenberg remembered as exceptional husband. A firefighter killed by Cyclone Gabrielle has been remembered as an exceptional husband at a funeral attended by hundreds. A celebration of the life of Dave Van Zwanenberg took place on Wednesday afternoon at Muriwai's Parihoa farm. Dave and his colleague Craig Stevens were investigating flooding at a house on Mochutaro Road, the main access into the Auckland beachside settlement, on February 13, when a landslide occurred and the house collapsed. The pair were trapped in the slip. Dave's body was found 2 days later, while Craig Stevens died in hospital on February the 16th. At least 900 people were attendants at the funeral on Wednesday. Escorting the coffin into the funeral site were members of the vet community, as well as animals that Dave treated and fire trucks. Dave's casket was lifted out of the fire truck by his fellow firefighters. His casket was adorned with yellow flowers, photos, a New Zealand flag, and his firefighter helmet. His wife spoke first, paying tribute to her exceptional husband, who would have been mortified at the fanfare being made in his honour, but God, he deserved it. As his love language was acts of service, she knew he would want to be used as the glue that brought so many together in solidarity today, she said. Ours truly was a marriage made in heaven. The challenges we faced only ever brought us closer together. She said Dave parented their 2 children with a mixture of head and heart. She described her husband as one of the calm bays in the world the rest of us gravitate towards for stability in a storm. She said their love had been a fairy tale, that started in Western Australia and had been genuine love at first sight. Dave was an equine vet and also flew small planes. His wife said she had packed a bag for her husband just in case the Egyptians were right about the afterlife. She said it contained his trainers, cactus pants, his board shorts, and a book he didn't get to finish. She said, "I am incredibly proud to have been your wife." Muriwai Fire Chief Officer Philomene Pity said Dave was a natural-born leader. He had been promoted to station officer a few weeks before his death, and the incident during the cyclone had been his first incident in the position. "You will be sorely missed,"
guy.
he said through tears.
First time.
Colleague of
in that
Dave's
position.
at Vet North said he had the ability to tell when anyone was down or in need of help. Clients had written tributes to Dave. He said one read that he was an incredible soul whose love for animals went above and beyond. "Dave, we will miss you as a colleague, a business partner, as a boss, and mostly as a friend." Fire and Emergency New Zealand Chief Executive Kerry Gregory said it was with really deep sadness that he stood at the funeral to farewell Dave. He said Dave exemplified the commitment of our people to serve. He died helping others, working with his mates for the benefit of his community. Gregory thanked Dave for his commitment and service. "Dave, New Zealand is indebted to you. You will be greatly missed." Dave's best mate Tom said a couple of weeks back the firefighter decided to run the Kaimai Ranges on his own overnight. "You did get lost though," he said, "but when you rang me, you were pretty stoked with the story." He described Dave as a man who needed to help people and who did that one last time by bringing everyone together to mourn.
So sad.
He said, "Ames and the kids will be all right, mate." The funeral ended with a montage of photos and videos of Dave, many of which were of him, his wife, and his children.
Just doing his job.
Very, very sad for a firefighter doing his job. To get lost in the cyclone is devastating. Okay, we're going to go to newzealandherald.co.nz and we're going to look at the story of the other firefighter. Colleagues pay tribute to fallen Muriwai firefighter Craig Stevens. And if we pause for a minute and just have a wee look at this video, before we could definitely see some of the damage. But yeah, this is horrible. Colleagues have paid tribute to their fallen mates who died after a landslide during Cyclone Gabrielle. Muriwai firefighter Craig Stevens died in hospital last night after he was critically injured on Monday when a house fell in a slip. His colleague Dave was trapped in the wreckage and was found dead on Wednesday. Kerry Gregory, the Fire and Emergency Chief Executive, said in a press conference this afternoon that it was with a heavy heart that they received the news that Craig had died. Now, I must just say this was on the 17th of February. He died surrounded by his loved ones after fighting valiantly till the end. My thoughts and prayers are with Craig's family and with the family of his firefighter friend Dave. This tragic incident has been a heavy blow for the two families, their friends, colleagues in the Muriwai Volunteer Fire Brigade and then the Muriwai community, and it touches all of us, not just in the Fire and Emergency New Zealand whānau, but emergency services internationally and all New Zealanders. He said it was an awful reminder of the risks firefighters and those involved in emergency response were exposed to every day while protecting and supporting others. I've received messages of condolences for the tragic loss of our firefighters from far and wide, and I endorse the words of our Minister Barbara Edmonds in that we thank the families for sharing their loved ones with all New Zealanders, and we are indebted to them. We really, really are. And New Zealand's just, it really feels for these families. Craig and Dave died helping others, working with their teammates for the benefit of their community. As we mourn them both, we will think of them with pride. He wished to acknowledge everyone affected by the events of this week across the motu, particularly those who had lost homes, communities, and loved ones. It was a time where there was still uncertainty for many about what the immediate future held, he said. Friends have set up a Give a Little page for Stevens. I will leave the link to that in the description box below, as I will to all of these that I'm reading, everything and all the information. But wow, New Zealanders have gone crazy. 231,000 donated already. So yeah, if you want to help with that, in fact, if you want to help with any of the relief funds for Cyclone Gabrielle and the victims, I will put quite a few down in the description box below. So if you want to help, you can. Because that's to support his wife Lucy and children, only 6 and 4. He said, I met rock and roll Craig when he moved to Oxford, aged 16. His friend Alex said, we went to many skate parks, saw bands and listened to lots of music. He says, I'm not really sure if he was like my son or my brother, but he was always my guide and mentor. He grabbed life with both hands and shook it into submission, no matter what the situation, he said. Stevens had said to him that his mum told him to walk into any room like he owned the place, and he sure did do that. Well, stand aside, Jesus. There's a new guy in charge of heaven now. Very sad. And so how it unfolded. The Herald understands that Dave and Craig were trying to dig a trench behind a woman's home in Mochitara Road on Monday night to divert water after being called to the property due to flooding. As the pair worked, a giant slab of the hillside above them gave way, inundating the property with a mountain of sodden mud and debris. Craig Stevens was rescued and taken to hospital in critical condition, and the body of Dave was pulled from the wreckage 2 days later. Of course,
that they left them there for 2
the
days,
family
but they said it was unsafe to go
absolutely
back and
devastated. First and foremost, a family man, Dave was dedicated to spending quality time with his children and building a life to nurture their growth. They decided that Muriwai and its beautiful community was the perfect place for this. Monday night started out as just another occasion where Dave made sure we were settled and safe at home and headed out to join the fire brigade and help his community. Reliability and dependability were his core values, whatever the weather. I mean, just look at that destruction. She said her late husband was blessed with the unique abilities so few possess to not only survive but thrive in extreme environments and circumstances, performing complex tasks and caring for others calmly under pressure. Families are grateful to Urban Search and Rescue, the New Zealand Police and the fire and emergency crews involved. Very, very sad. These families have to go on with life. Very, very sad. These guys, volunteer firefighters, died doing their jobs, and it's just absolutely terrible. So this story here was written on the February 17th from stuff.co.nz. Look, I must give a trigger warning because some of these stories are really horrible and really emotional. So if that's not something that you can watch now, maybe you can watch it later, or you might have to just miss it altogether. And I understand, click out of it and watch something else. But let's go. Hawke's Bay man dug for 6 hours to free partner buried under slip. I mean, how anyone could survive this devastation. A Hawke's Bay man dug for 6 hours in a lion-hearted attempt to free his buried partner as wind and rain from Cyclone Gabrielle lashed his home. Shona Wilson died on Tuesday morning when a slip came down into the Tutera house and smashed through her room, burying the woman under 4 meters of dirt. The poor thing was asleep in bed and had no idea what was coming, her partner's son said. She was 59. It was the first death announced by police in Hawke's Bay in relation to Cyclone Gabrielle. Bill, 58, was sleeping on the couch and got up about 4 a.m. to get into bed with his wife his partner when the house was hit by a slip from the hill behind it. Not in a million years we would have thought that the hill could slip, especially my dad. He feels quite guilty about it. He managed to flee the house with his 18-year-old daughter before he returned to try and dig his partner of 9 years out. I think he dug for 6 hours with a shovel. Her room was probably 4 meters under silt. Just devastating. Look at that. I mean, the scale and the height that these waters went, just crazy. Crystal said if the slip had hit 5 meters to the left, it would have hit the main part of the house and could have killed his father and the daughter. Despite his father's best efforts, there was simply too much dirt for him to be able to save her. He was getting nowhere. It's sad what happened. It's hard to comprehend. By mid-morning, local farmers turned up to help with diggers and tractors, but by that time, Crystal had half dug out Shona. It's a big hill, but just behind the house. It's not very big. There's plenty of trees planted. It's the last thing you think of happening, isn't it? It's heartbreaking to think about. She was such a gentle soul. He said she was a militant vegetarian, had 3 children, and ran a mowing business with her 18-year-old daughter. She would give the shirt off her back for anyone. He says, I think this is going to take a while to recover, putting it mildly. Are you ever prepared for something like this? Crystal had managed to helicopter to the property on Thursday morning from Napier and said he saw State Highway 2 largely destroyed with parts of the road completely washed out. He believes that a completely new road will need to be built. So they've got to give a little page for Shona's funeral going as well. But I will put that in the description box below. 20,000 so far. It's going to need more, guys, because funerals cost a lot of money, unfortunately. I would really love to do some survival stories, but just looking at the loved ones lost and missing is going to take up a long time. So we're going to look at another sad loss here. Stuff.co.nz. Flood victim was a loving father, engineer and small cattle farmer. This was written on February 23rd. A man found dead after it's thought he drove across a bridge damaged in Cyclone Gabrielle. Must have drowned trying to get out of the truck, says the neighbour who found his body. Ray Knowles was the one to find Brendan Miller's body after a group of orchard workers told him they'd spotted the Crownthorpe locals' distinctive red truck washed up on a bank on Saturday. He'd been reported missing the day before after family were unable to make contact. We went to have a look at it and walked a bit further down the river, and we found his body there. Knowles lamented the loss of the likeable young father, Brendan Miller, who was devoted to his partner Helen and son Henry. Despite having only lived in Crownthorpe a short time, the Canadian-born engineer was well regarded and known as being someone who helped out, who said Knowles, who lived next door. He would do anything for anyone. He was a really well-liked person. Even though he hadn't been here long, he was popular with just about everybody. That's with his son. That's absolutely gorgeous. The family had settled in Crownthorpe, where Wilson was originally from, about 4 years ago, and Miller was said to have always wanted to own a piece of land. His neighbour said, or the one to find his body after a group of orchard workers told him they'd spotted his distinctive red truck washed up on a bank on Saturday. He'd been reported missing the day before after family were unable to make contact. His neighbour said they'd likely never know exactly what happened, but supposed he was heading to work as he travelled widely around the region. Unfortunately, we're never going to know why he went to the river where he did. It's believed he set off sometime on Tuesday morning and didn't see that a local bridge had been washed out. Brendan will certainly be missed. Good old Kiwis. Brendan will certainly be missed for his engineering expertise, and that will be a big loss to all of us around here. Everyone was expecting him to be here for years, and now he's gone. The granddaughter of the neighbour has made a small wooden cross that they attached to the bridge, and people had put flowers at the site. A great guy, a great loss, and I'm sure his partner and his little son Henry will miss him greatly. His sister Melissa has set up a Give a Little page asking for donations to help rebuild their farm and provide for their son. Let's take a quick look. I'll put this in the description box below as well. Last week, the horrendous cyclone Gabrielle violently took the life of Henry's dad, Brendan Miller. Brendan, a loving father, an engineer and small cattle farmer with Helen and Crownthorpe Hastings, was the key financial provider for their son Henry of 3.5 years. While no amount of money is ever going to bring Brendan back, Henry and his mum Helen need our help to try and rebuild their lives. Not only have they lost Brendan, but there is also a lot of cyclone damage to their small farm, and they have lost their livestock, their livelihood. The Give a Little page said that Wilson needed help to get her farm back into working order, which included clearing the silt and debris, replacing fences and livestock, plus a bit of help to service the mortgage and put food on the table while they get back on their feet. So just more devastation. I can't understand what these people are going through. Let's take another look at something else. Looking at stuff.co.nz, we're going to look at someone who can't be found. He can't just disappear. Heartbreaking wait continues for man missing after Cyclone Gabrielle hit. This was put together yesterday. And this is Joseph Ahuriri. As the wait for news goes on, a partner's heartbreak grows. I don't know what to do, Clarissa Poy sobs. Waking up on Thursday morning, she did what she's done every morning since her partner Joseph disappeared. She reached for her phone and prayed there would be a text from police saying he's been found. But again, there was nothing, leaving Clarissa in an anguished limbo. She is losing hope as time goes on, but she can't grieve because there's no evidence, no information as to what happened to the father of 9 kids. He just can't disappear like that, she said. Now she doesn't know what to do next. She searched extensively, visiting welfare centres in Napier and scanning roads for his white Toyota Hilux, but with no sightings and only a vague idea of the route he took. There's little more that she can do. She last heard from her partner over 10 days ago on the Monday night that Cyclone Gabrielle hit. He had been visiting whānau in Hawke's Bay and was planning to head back to her in Gisborne, but as conditions deteriorated, causing roads to close, the couple decided he should stay in a motel in Napier.
He's still
His
missing.
last text at 1 a.m. on Tuesday morning was to ask if she was okay. Since then, Poi has heard nothing. All she knows is that Joseph checked out of the motel at 11:30 a.m. on Tuesday morning. By then, Napier City and Hastings District were under a state of emergency and main roads were flooded and covered in debris. It's so hard, she told Stuff as she waits by her phone. His brother Mike says waiting for news is proving really difficult. He's continuing to work in Christchurch, which is in the South Island, but his heart is with the ongoing search for his youngest brother up north. He's a part of me, he says, of their relationship as the 2 youngest siblings in their family. He believes his brother may have taken a back road inland from Napier to Gisborne due to the road closures. He would have been trying to get back to his children. Despite the ongoing search for Joseph, the overall number of people missing has reduced, which we've seen. On Thursday morning, which is yesterday, Hawke's Bay USAR team, the number of people unaccounted was in single figures. Cooper described the search conditions as arduous and said it was something that he had never seen before. Thousands of friends and whānau have reached out to a Hawke's Bay missing person Facebook page since the cyclone to find loved ones after communication was cut off. Here is a picture of his ute. Obviously, if you see that, please get in touch with the police.
We have to pause. Kiwi, 16.99. Thank you for all your hard work. Oh my gosh. Kiwi, thank you so much. You just don't know what this means to me. I don't make a lot of money off the hundreds of videos and things that I do, and I put my heart and soul in them. So thank you very much, Kiwi. It's really appreciated.
While most have been able to confirm the safety of those that were initially uncontactable, others have been left waiting for news. Among those proving particularly difficult to trace are people with a transient lifestyle, particularly those that live in mobile homes or buses. However, other factors have made some people difficult to trace, including one Napier man who hadn't contacted his mother or ex-partner due to him being in prison, unbeknownst to the family. So there's a few reasons why people go missing. Sadly, we're missing people, and we just hope that they are found. Let's keep going.
Next, looking at nzherald.co.nz, this was
Gabrielle, rugby league star.
the Taranaki Rugby League stalwart.
I see how much you put into everything, so then you are
George
sweet
Luke,
lady.
the
Thank
father
you very
of former
much. I
Kiwi
really
star
do try,
Isaac Luke,
Kiwi.
after he died following a slip on the Taihape Napier Road.
And I don't know if you were in here, Kiwi. What I'm doing this year is I'm collecting sleeping bags and tarps and a bunch of other stuff because I'm going to hand out things to the homeless this year, like sleeping bags, tarps, some food, hats and gloves and everything. So I'm looking forward to that being my new thing.
When Cyclone Gabrielle swept over the North Island earlier this week. Luke and his partner Goodman were returning to Hastings from Rotorua on Monday night and took the winding route over the Kaweka Ranges when bad weather closed the Napier Taupo Road. When the family did not hear from them, a desperate search was launched, with appeals being made on social media. They were eventually located yesterday and evacuated by helicopter separately and flown to Hawke's Bay Hospital in Hastings, where he later died. Goodman was all scratched up, according to one family member, but is now recovering. They told the Herald that a slip hit the couple's car twice, and if Goodman hadn't gone to find help, they would have both been gone. Former Warriors and Kiwi star Isaac Luke said he was broken by his father's death. My first hero, he wrote on social media. See you soon, Dad. I love you. The Hawera Hawks paid tribute to Luke on social media, referring to him as their totara tree. And here's him now. You were always there to guide us, they wrote. Father, brother, koro, uncle, mentor, and a friend, we are going to miss you dearly. The official number of fatalities stands at, this was 7. And there's a couple here that we might not be able to get into. A 59-year-old woman was found dead in the roof cavity of a cottage. A body of a man aged 70s was found in Waiheke in Hawke's Bay. And we'll go over a couple of those. At this stage, 3,500 were still uncontactable. So to have that down to double digits, quite low, is really good. Devastating, but this story is particularly sad. It involves a child, so trigger warning. This is nzherald.co.nz, and this was 17th Feb. Cyclone Gabrielle, mother of Ivy Collins, says drowned 2-year-old was bright, shining light. Tragedy has cost the family everything.
Trigger warning, guys. Talk about a young baby.
The mother of the 2-year-old Eskdale girl killed during Cyclone Gabrielle says her daughter was a bright, shining light, and the family is mourning the loss of our beautiful baby girl. Ella Collins told the Herald that Ivy, who was swept away on floodwaters early on Tuesday morning, charged through life with a beautiful smile on her face, regardless of what stood in her way. Everyone that met her was astounded by her ability to communicate well beyond her years. Her exceptional vocabulary, coupled with deep empathy and a compassion, a thirst for knowledge, led to days filled with excellent
Thanks,
conversation.
Wyoming.
She had a great sense of humour, was very creative and determined to overcome all obstacles, even if sometimes that took a lot of velociraptor screeching and frustration, her mum said.
No pressure, Doug.
beautiful.
No pressure at
Ella,
all.
who was pregnant with her third child
Just
and
being
husband
here
Jack, were
and
woken
supporting
about
me
3
is the
a.m. on
best thing
Tuesday
that
with
you can
water
do.
inside their home. Ella said the
Big
family were not
pressures.
wealthy, but we lived such rich and love-filled days. Our children are our life, she said. We take pride in our complete devotion to our babies, and this loss of Ivy will deeply impact ourselves and many others forever. Right now, it seems unsurmountable mountain, but we have each other.
This
My
channel
husband
is
Jack,
not
our daughter
about
Imogen, and baby
making
June,
money.
August, and our family, friends, and community. We all have each other. This tragedy has cost us everything, our home and everything in it, with the water level 10 centimetres from the ceiling. 10
Wow,
centimetres
10
from the ceiling
centimetres from the
has been
ceiling. That's
utterly destroyed in our
crazy.
section and our incredible, lovingly tended edible garden. Nothing is salvageable. But none of that loss compares even close to the loss of our beautiful baby girl. It was dark in the house. There was no power, and the couple decided to take a child each on their shoulders and get to the neighbour's house and onto their roof. They knew they had to get out. Jack's brother Adam told the Herald the family were woken about 3 a.m. on Tuesday with water inside the house. The couple, Jack and his pregnant wife Ella, quickly got their two daughters, Imogen and Ivy. They were trying to come up with a plan. They had a few minutes trying to get the dogs inside, organise the pets, and then this wave came through which added to the water in the house quite significantly, sort of halfway up the walls. At that point, they knew they had to get out. It was a one-story house and they didn't have roof space. It was dark in the house. There was no power. And the couple decided to take a
That's
child
enough
each
for
on their
me,
shoulders
Wyoming.
and get to the neighbour's house. They've got a kid each. They go out the door and another wave comes through on the way over to this house. It takes Ella away. She says, "Save Imogen." My brother Jack manages
Make sure you
to
hit the
scramble
like
onto
button.
this house and rips open the roof, cutting up his arm pretty bad, and he throws this little kid onto the roof space and says, "Stay there." He doesn't know if he's coming back. He finds his wife floating around and manages to get her back to safety. But by that time, they'd lost the little one. There's nothing they could have done. She had her on her shoulders and she slipped out. Her feet were taken out from underneath.
What
This is
a horrible,
a picture
horrible
that
story.
clearly shows a car being slammed into the middle of a house. Something that you can't quite believe. Unreal. Adam said his brother spent hours in the dark trying to find his daughter, including climbing a tree and yelling out her name, while also helping his neighbours get to safety inside the roof space. They spent the next 8 hours in there huddled up together with pink bats waiting to be rescued. They were all hypothermic. The family were eventually rescued from the home, and the following day Ivy was found. There was nothing they could have done more than they did. We are all so proud of how he responded. We have no doubt that all 5 of them are still here today because of the way he responded. Ivy was a beautiful little cherub, just starting to develop her own little character. Ella posted on Facebook on Thursday that her daughter had died. It was an unavoidable accident and she died very quickly, she said. We are all going to need all the love that we can get. Search and rescue had found Ivy's body and she was now with the coroner. Our home, our section, and all our belongings have been completely destroyed.
That's loyalty, Doug.
She said Jack Collins was the only reason she, their oldest child, and neighbours survived. He is a literal effing hero, and one day I'll tell you all what he's done. Another Give a Little page, what we'll look into, has been set up for the family, which has so far raised more than 30.
So if you wanted to give to any of these
that one, there's so many
funds,
oh my gosh,
called GoFundMe.
this guy's
in the actual video
so far donated.
that
I'll
I
have this
did
in the
of
description
this
box below.
in the comments,
But it's also very fluid.
I don't know where we went to. I've just fucked it up, haven't I? Was this where we were? Oh dear, I can't remember. Right. Right. Oh dear. Where did we go? Oh, is it past this one? A 2-year-old. I've got to find out where the 2-year-old was. Frustrating. All right, there. Okay, got that. Okay, let me see if I can figure out where the child is. Oh yeah, we've seen him. Seen him. I'm getting there, guys. I'm trying. Okay, yeah, we've got the girl. Okay, so we'll have to sort of might have to go over it a wee bit since I effed it up, because I'm good like that. For years. Her exceptional vocabulary, coupled with deep empathy and a compassion, a thirst for knowledge, led to days filled with excellent conversation. She had a great sense of humour, was very creative and determined to overcome all obstacles, even if sometimes that took a lot of velociraptor screeching and frustration, her mum said. She's beautiful. Ella, who was pregnant with her third child, and husband Jack were woken about 3 a.m. on Tuesday with water inside their home. Ella said the family were not wealthy, but You're
we lived
really
such rich
lucky.
and love-filled days.
Slow
Our
motion.
children are our life, she said. We take pride in our complete devotion to our babies, and this loss of Ivy will deeply impact ourselves and many others forever. Right now, it seems unsurmountable mountain, but we have each other, my husband Jack, our daughter Imogen, and baby Jew in August, and our family, friends, and community. We all have each other. This tragedy has cost us everything, our home and everything in it. With
She'd
the water
rather have an
level 10
earthquake.
centimetres from the ceiling.
I'd rather
10
have an earthquake
centimetres
than a
from the
flood, to
ceiling
be honest.
has been
I'd
utterly
rather have
destroyed in
none.
our section and our incredible, lovingly tended edible garden. Nothing is salvageable. But none of that loss compares even close to the loss of our beautiful baby girl. It was dark in the house. There was no power, and the couple decided to take a child each on their shoulders and get to the neighbour's house and onto their roof. They knew they had to get out. Jack's brother Adam told the Herald the family were woken about 3 a.m. on Tuesday with water inside the house. The couple, Jack and his pregnant wife Ella, quickly got their 2 daughters, Imogen and Ivy. They were trying to come up with a plan. They had a few minutes trying to get the dogs inside, organise the pets, and then this wave came through, which added to the water in the house quite significantly, sort of halfway up the walls. At that point, they knew they had to get out. It was a 1-story house and they didn't have roof space. It was dark in the house. There was no power. And the couple decided to take a child each on their shoulders and get to the neighbour's house. They've got a kid each. They go out the door and another wave comes through on the way over to this house. It takes Ella away. She says, "Save Imogen." My brother Jack managed to scramble onto this house and rips open the roof, cutting up his arm pretty bad, and he throws this little kid onto the roof space and says, "Stay there." He doesn't know if he's coming back. He finds his wife floating around and manages to get her back to safety. But by that time, they'd lost the little one. There's nothing they could have done. She had her on her shoulders and she slipped out. Her feet were taken out from underneath. This is a picture that clearly shows a car being slammed into the middle of a house. Something that you can't quite believe. Unreal. Adam said his brother spent hours in the dark trying to find his daughter, including climbing a tree and yelling out her name, while also helping his neighbours get to safety inside the roof space. They spent the next 8 hours in there huddled up together, with pink bats waiting to be rescued. They were all hypothermic. The family were eventually rescued from the home, and the following day Ivy was found. There was nothing they could have done more than they did. We are all so proud of how he responded. We have no doubt that all 5 of them are still here today because of the way he responded. Ivy was a beautiful little cherub, just starting to develop her own little character. Ella posted on Facebook on Thursday that her daughter had died. It was an unavoidable accident and she died very quickly, she said. We are all going to need all the love that we can get. Search and rescue had found Ivy's body and she was now with the coroner. Our home, our section, and all our belongings have been completely destroyed. She said Jack Collin was the only reason she, their oldest child, and neighbours survived. He is a literal effing hero, and one day I'll tell you all what he's done. Another Give a Little page, what we'll look into, has been set up for the family, which has so far raised more than 30. That one. There's so many. Oh my gosh, look at this, guys. 264,000 so far donated. I'll have this in the description box below if you want to look at it. We still have a couple more stories to go. Stuff.co.nz. We all loved her so much. Grieving Daughters tribute to cyclone victim. When Rachel Green last spoke to her mother Marie about 8 p.m. on Monday, they talked about Cyclone Gabrielle, which was forecast to bring heavy rain and strong winds to Hawke's Bay. The pair agreed she would stay inside her cottage on Dartmoor Road and Puketapu, west of Napier, unless she was forced out by flooding. The call ended with Green 22 telling her mother that she loved her very much. And I love you too was the reply. Less than 12 hours later, the Tutaikuri River burst its bank and sent a torrent of water towards Puketapu and Marie's home. For 4 days, her daughter, who was stranded in Wellington, desperately sought news of her mother's whereabouts. But the 59-year-old's cell phone went straight to answer phone. She wasn't with friends and her name didn't appear on any list of Puketapu residents who had flagged themselves as being safe. On Friday, Rachel said she received the call she'd been dreading. Her mother's body had been found in the bedroom of her cottage by her landlord's son. She said, I want everyone to know what an amazing person she was and how loved she was, she said through tears. Her
worked as a checkout operator at New World in Napier. She was generous and kind and would light up a room. She's one of the most generous people you'd ever meet. She had the sort of personality that everyone gravitated towards. She was an all-round people person who loved being with her friends and family. Puketapu is one of the areas of Hawke's Bay most severely affected by Cyclone Gabrielle. As floodwater inundated the rural community on Tuesday, residents were plucked from roofs. Bridges had been destroyed, homes inundated with mud and silt, and cars and motorhomes strewn across paddocks. The discovery of her body brings the death toll at that time to 8. Okay, that's the end of that one. Let's look at the next one. Stuff.co.nz, devoted and protective mother confirmed dead in Cyclone Gabrielle. This was February 20. The daughter of a woman who was last seen disappearing under a wall of water has confirmed her body had been found. Susan Cacchiopoli, I'm sorry, I can't do that, was last seen by her boyfriend on Tuesday morning after floodwaters ripped through the Esk Valley home they were house sitting. It's believed her body was found washed up on a beach. The death toll, of course, stands at 11. Her daughter Bianca said she was a cheerful, welcoming, kind constant in her children's lives and would be remembered as a devoted and protective mother and daughter and sister. And Uma, she was always the happiest when with her family. Brian said she was disappointed that the family found out details of her final hours via media. That's not cool. She said she actually heard it on the radio, and the publication of details of her last moments stole any remaining light away from a family holding on to hope and praying for a safe outcome without the decency to reach out to us first. So that's awful. However, the family were grateful to those that had endeavoured to fast-track the stressful search. We also extend our gratitude to those working day and night throughout the disaster, and thank you for bringing our mum home to us. She'd also shared her mum's breast cancer fight, resulting in 11 arduous surgeries in the past 15 years, and said the last few years had been particularly hard for her mum following the death of her husband and their father. She remained the superglue that held our family together with her inexhaustible love, no matter the troubles in her life. While we wish more than anything to see her walk through the door with one heck of a survival story to tell, we find comfort in knowing she is now held closely in Dad's arms. She said arrangements to celebrate her life were uncertain at the moment due to the chaotic situation. The owners of the house where her and her boyfriend Gareth were staying were flying back from overseas when the worst of Gabrielle devastated their home and orchard. So at about 2:30 a.m. on Tuesday, floodwaters ripped through the house at an absolutely mad speed. Even though the building had been designed to survive floods, it was built on 1.2 metre piles. Gareth decided to secure some of our more valuable stuff, and he didn't think it could get much worse. But the water kept rising. At that stage, he suddenly could not flee the property in a safe way because the water was well beyond any vehicle being able to drive out of there. No boat, nothing to get out of there. So Gareth and his girlfriend sought refuge on a bench top in the kitchen, and the water kept rising. He smashed his way through the jib board in the ceiling. They clambered up into the ceiling space, and when they were up there, a 40-foot container took the front half of the house off. It smashed through the walls of the living room. That's when the house actually opened up, he said. Gareth, now injured in hospital, had described this scene to him over the phone. We think he lost his girlfriend that night. She disappeared underwater. She disappeared under the house, and she's been missing. They both managed to get into the ceiling. When the water kept rising into the ceiling space, they had to clamber onto the roof. And as they were trying to work their way from the ceiling space onto the roof, only Gareth made it. He tried to help her, obviously, but a log separated them. Gareth managed to get onto the roof and was rescued by a helicopter after his daughter in Napier had reported him missing. Meanwhile, a 10-day rahui is being placed on Hawke's Bay due to concerns that human remains may have been washed to the sea in the floodwaters. It means a ban on fishing and seafood gathering in Hawke's Bay for at least the next 10 days. This is a Māori tradition. Due to the recent cyclone Gabrielle and the disturbance to our whenua, tangata whenua are still recovering to Papaku from the still missing list from Tangaroa, the Trust posted on Facebook. We also believe koiwi from flooded Urupa have been carried through the floods to
I
sea.
know, right? Horrific.
So that's why they're putting that rahui.
We were so lucky in the South Island we didn't get
So we're nearly at the end here for this video because it is a long one. I want to quickly cover this last story of a loss, and then we're going to just check up quickly on the conditions right now that's happening. Stuff.co.nz, family of much-loved farmer John Coates, who died in Cyclone Gabrielle, thank community. The sons of John Coates, who died at his Whatatutu Tairāwhiti home when floodwaters engulfed his property on Tuesday, have sent a heartfelt thank you to the community that has supported them, even as they cope with damage to their homes.
I think this is
John Coates was born and lived his whole life in the region. 64. In 1999, he returned to the home he was born in, where his father died, on a 120-hectare property. There he worked in earthworks and the forestry industry, had summer crops, grazed land, and raised livestock. He enjoyed his life here. He wasn't leaving. His son, Guy Coates, said on Saturday afternoon as council officials, yellow stickered his home.
Oh, they must have been waiting for you, darling.
Coates was a father of four. A much-loved granddad was preparing to evacuate the property on Tuesday morning when he died. Guy Coates, who lived next door to his father with his partner and children, said the floodwaters rose incredibly rapidly, and we've heard that from everybody. As the water came up, Guy moved livestock, then he returned home to raise the alarm at his father's. At that time, the property had been spared from inundation, but the situation quickly changed, he said. I came down here to get Johnny up. There was no water here, and then I walked back to his home and was getting my stuff out, my kids and my partner. In that time, 5 minutes or something, the water was coming over my bonnet, which is like the front of the car if you're not from New Zealand. Dad had hopped in the car to leave, and I said I'd meet him out front. We got out, he wasn't up there, and so we came back down in the digger in the daylight hours. He discovered his father's body on this section. The brothers faced a significant clean-up job. Mud and silt around the property was ankle deep and the homes weren't habitable. Chris Coates and their family were incredibly thankful to the community and neighbours, many who they didn't know, who had come to help. In the first couple of days, we had 30-odd people here. We really appreciate the help from the people who came along. People I didn't even know were turning up with diggers and water blasters and bobcats, and that was what we had around us. I think one of the things that I get out of these stories is the community and the help that they give each other in times of need. You know, they were shocked at the speed of the flooding, said Chris. The amount of water that's entered into this one little pocket in a 30-minute time frame, you can only class it as a tsunami of water that's coming through. Just dreadful. So it's been a long video. Let's take a look at the current rain going on. Auckland weather warning, live updates, heavy rain, flood warnings for Auckland, Coromandel, Hawke's Bay and Gisborne, all the areas that have been hit by Cyclone Gabrielle. A heavy deluge of rain has wreaked more havoc in many parts of Auckland, Northland and Coromandel, with rising floodwaters and heavy floodwaters forcing the evacuation of some properties and trapping motorists. Up to 30 students and their parents are stranded at a school in Northland as heavy rain caused flooding. Kaiwaka School put the call out for 30 blankets as students and parents prepared to hunker down for the night.
Oh, well.
Parts of Northland, Auckland and Coromandel have been hit by heavy rain and thunderstorms. The third time in less than a month the regions have been hit by severe weather. There's thunderstorm watches issued for southern Auckland and Coromandel this afternoon. Oh gosh, it's just terrible. And I was reading earlier on that people were getting people out of trapped cars and stuff. So earlier this evening, 2 emergency mobile alerts were issued to advise our most vulnerable communities of the heightened risk of slips and flooding from thunderstorms. And I've been in contact with the councillors in all those wards. Oh gosh, we're not out of the woods yet. One man travelling from Whangarei to Auckland today got caught in Mangawhai in the intense floodwaters. He says, I've been driving around for about 4 hours back and forth trying to find a way out. All roads are closed or washed out or blocked by slips or floods. So I'm going to be keeping an eye on this. Some really horrible stories. And it's still going on. We're still missing people. We've got this new deluge of rain. It's just a horrible story, whatever way you look at it. And I just pray that it's not going to keep happening. You know, but we haven't treated this world right. So climate change is real and it's here. Thank you for sticking around. I know this was a long video. It was a sad one to do. It's not the best. I haven't done a video in a long time, so bear with me. I thank you guys. I'll see you soon. I might have to make another part.
Well, Autumn Falls, what have you missed? Not a lot. We went over the Dylan Round stuff and just the timeline of the crime, and that Brenner guy has been arrested, thank goodness. Slow motion, I heard someone say once to unsubscribe and again to reset your notifications. Absolutely. YouTube, I don't know what they do. I'm sure there's just a button and there's someone just goes unsubscribe, send a notification. No, unsubscribe, don't send one. I don't know. But yeah, YouTube has definitely been acting up. One of my, I'm talking to Autumn Falls, one of the cases that I've covered, Russell Allison, you might remember he was a 88-year-old who was burnt down in his house, and there's been some arrests in that story. So that was really good to see. Please subscribe, turn on all notifications, and hit the like button and share, please. Yes, it makes a huge difference. It makes a huge difference. YouTube has been acting up lately with notifications. Yeah, I know. I have a lot of people that having problems. So if you do, unsubscribe, back out, come back in, hit subscribe and the like and the notification bell to all, so you get the information. Now I'm just checking if anyone's on YouTube that I need to get off for, because there's some channels that even I don't want to miss. And I might have been on a bit longer than I realized. So are you guys still keen to have a look at something else? Or have you got places to be? I don't see anyone else live at the moment. Let me know. Yeah, Autumn, it doesn't say. It says a woman has been arrested. That's all it says. So I think in that story, there was some talk about those women and them harassing him. Cook some rice. Should be easy. You're good to stay. Sure, I'm for more. I'm here as long as you're on. Sweet as. Okay, give me 1 minute, folks, and I will go and find another video. I've got a real good one in mind. Yeah. Hang on, I'm getting it sorted, guys. I'm getting it sorted. Oh, all right. We should be right. Douglas Coop. Is he dead, or did he disappear? Let's try and find out. Now we're going to start out at the police website, police.govt.nz, and we're going to take a look at his profile. But let me tell you, in the circumstances, they don't get a hell of a lot right. We'll go through that, but let's just start. Peter Douglas Coop, date of birth, 20th of March, 1961. Date of disappearance, 4th of June, 1989. European, location missing from Dunedin, and we'll take a look at some maps of New Zealand shortly, so you know where things are. 185 centimetres tall, medium build. Let's get to the circumstances that the police say, which is, you'll find out is not correct, and it bugs me to knowing that they don't get the information right. They should, the police. So let's get into it. Peter, a doctor from Auckland, was attending a medical course in Dunedin and failed to attend his first lecture on the 6th of June 1989. He was last seen at Invercargill Airport on this day by a former colleague and has not been seen by family or heard from since. Let's look at the most important things on this page that are actually correct. The reference number 890-607/4992. You can go through the police website, or you can call Crime Stoppers anonymously, 0800 555 111. Now, like I said, not all of these circumstances information is correct. So let's get into, a couple of articles to see what we can find. Bear in mind, we're in New Zealand. We don't get a lot of choice of articles or media outlets. We're very little. Makes it hard. But let's have a look. So first, let's look at stuff.co.nz. Dead or disappeared on purpose, the 30-year mystery of Dr. Peter Coop. And we're really lucky Hamish McNeely is doing this story, because if it wasn't for him, we wouldn't have anything to go by. This was done in 2020. Mr. or Dr. Peter Coop was 28, and recently married when he went to Dunedin for a month-long course, so only 4 weeks. He never made it to. His family believe he's dead, but police think he wanted to disappear. So Hamish McNeely looks into this mysterious case 30 years on. When Dr. Peter Coop talked to his wife on June 5, 1989, he told her he would phone her the next day. He never did. 3 decades on, and the police case into the disappearance of the 28-year-old Auckland-based doctor last seen in Dunedin remains open. Let's have a look at the map here. So Auckland is up here, if you're not aware. Dunedin is here. If this pops up, Dunedin is beautiful. And Invercargill is going to pop up too, and that's down the bottom here. So a few places talked about here. The believe he's dead. Police are convinced he staged his disappearance. One question unites them. Where is he? Might be watching this, you never know. Police have no firm evidence of what happened to Dr. Coop or whether his disappearance was by accident or design. A police file released to staff under the Official Information Act said. The file details dozens of sightings reported across New Zealand as far afield as Australia, which ultimately failed to find the young doctor. You'll find out that there's been lots of sightings, and it's hard to determine whether these people did actually see him. So we'll get into that a bit later. Missing. Coop arrived in Dunedin in the depths of winter on June 5, 1989 and checked into room 28 at a hostel near Dunedin Hospital. The next day, he was expected to begin a month-long ophthalmic basic science course. I butchered that. Both Coop's parents were eye surgeons, then based in Canberra, Australia. So he was following in his parents' footsteps. He was due to do this month-long course in Dunedin. Only a handful of doctors of each intake would be successful in their journey to become an eye surgeon, and after his disappearance, it emerged that Coop had doubts over the course. It later became apparent that he may have staged his disappearance, either having left the country or going bush and meeting his demise as the result of an accident, police said in an early file note. That night, he dined at the hostel canteen with a colleague, rang his wife of 7 months, Galena. He told her he was looking forward to his course and he would phone her the next day. But he didn't, obviously. His absence from the course was noted, and on Wednesday, police searched his room. They found his wallet, a small amount of cash, personal papers, and Ventolin inhalers used to treat asthma, which is bloody common in New Zealand. Clothing and personal items were found, and his bed appeared that they don't get the information right. They should, the police. So let's get into it. Peter, a doctor from Auckland, was attending a medical course in Dunedin and failed to attend his first lecture on the 6th of June 1989. He was last seen at Invercargill Airport on this day by a former colleague and has not been seen by family or heard from since. Let's look at the most important things on this page that are actually correct. The reference number 890-607/4992. You can go through the police website, or you can call Crime Stoppers anonymously 0800 555 111. Now, like I said, not all of these circumstances information is correct. So let's get into, a couple of articles to see what we can find. Bear in mind, we're in New Zealand. We don't get a lot of choice of articles or media outlets. We're very little. Makes it hard. But let's have a look. So first, let's look at stuff.co.nz. Dead or disappeared on purpose, the 30-year mystery of Dr. Peter Coop. And we're really lucky Hamish McNeely is doing this story, because if it wasn't for him, we wouldn't have anything to go by. This was done in 2020. Mr. or Dr. Peter Coop was 28 and recently married when he went to Dunedin for a month-long course, so only 4 weeks. He never made it to. His family believe he's dead, but police think he wanted to disappear. So Hamish McNeely looks into this mysterious case 30 years on. When Dr. Peter Coop talked to his wife on June 5, 1989, he told her he would phone her the next day. He never did. 3 decades on, and the police case into the disappearance of the 28-year-old Auckland-based doctor last seen in Dunedin remains open. Let's have a look at the map here. So Auckland is up here, if you're not aware. Dunedin is here. If this pops up, Dunedin is beautiful. And Invercargill is going to pop up too, and that's down the bottom here. So a few places talked about here. Those closest to Coop believe he's dead. Police are convinced he staged his disappearance. One question unites them. Where is he? You might be watching this. You never know. Police have no firm evidence of what happened to Dr. Coop or whether his disappearance was by accident or design. A police file released to staff under the Official Information Act said. The file details dozens of sightings reported across New Zealand as far afield as Australia, which ultimately failed to find the young doctor. You'll find out that there's been lots of sightings, and it's hard to determine whether these people did actually see him.
Nice
so we'll get
one.
into that a bit later. Missing.
Yes,
Coop arrived in Dunedin in the depths of winter on June 5, 1989, and checked into room 28 at a hostel near Dunedin Hospital. The next day, he was expected to begin a month-long ophthalmic basic science course. I butchered that. Both Coop's parents were eye surgeons, then based in Canberra, Australia. So he was following in his parents' footsteps. He was due to do this month-long course in Dunedin. Only a handful of doctors of each intake would be successful on their journey to become an eye surgeon, and after his disappearance, it emerged that Coop had doubts over the course. It later became apparent that he may have staged his disappearance, either having left the country or going bush and meeting his demise as the result of an accident, police said in an early file note. That night, he dined at the hostel canteen with a colleague, rang his wife of 7 months, Galena. He told her he was looking forward to his course and he would phone her the next
I
day.
can't even pronounce easy
Obvious.
words sometimes.
His absence from the course was noted, and on Wednesday, police searched his room. They found his wallet, a small amount of cash, personal papers, and Ventolin inhalers used to treat
Awesome.
asthma, which is bloody common.
And I just leave them in. Like a lot of people.
Clothing and personal items were
cut them
found,
out,
and
but
his
I just
bed appeared to
leave them
have
in.
been slept in.
Everyone can
With his running shoes and tracksuit missing, police
little
feared
bit of
he
mouth mush every
suffered a
time.
misadventure while jogging. An extensive search failed to find any trace of Dr. Coop. However, soon people began to report sightings of him. His wife later discovered items were missing from their home, including leather tramping boots, her blue sleeping bag, an orange tent, and other outdoor clothing. When police found he had obtained a $500 cash advance on a Visa card prior to his disappearance, the nature of the inquiry changed. $500, I guess, doesn't sound a lot, but back in 1989, I guess it, was worth a lot more. Police soon found Coop had previously walked away as a response to stressful situations. So we know that when he's under pressure, when it gets too much, that he isolates and goes away. He's done it before. I tend to do the same thing. In 1980, he was in his first year at Auckland Medical School when he went missing for a week before returning to his studies. The following year, he took a break from his studies and worked a variety of jobs, including in a shearing gang in South Otago, then later joining Centrepoint, a controversial Auckland commune led by Bert Potter. Well, there's an idea for a case, isn't it? That sounds very interesting, something I've never heard of. In Coop's empty Dunedin hostel room, police found a torn-out page from an A4 notepad in a rubbish bin in his room. The top corner of the page had been ripped off. Police deciphered the impressions on the pad by making a rubbing, revealing a list of potential plans. This is what it said. Arrive. arrange 12:30, pack, $120,
Thanks, slow motion.
matches, jeans,
Why are you blue?
$200, stove, jersey, and master charge. Police now believed that they were dealing with a man who had staged his own disappearance. This was amplified when they found out he had sourced the cash advance on his visa in Auckland the previous Friday, but did not tell his wife. So all looking like, yeah, he's doing his own disappearance, basically. It looks like he's going bush. He's got money. He's got a stove. And he's got these pickup times or arrive times. You know. His plans, however, remained a mystery. So, did he catch a flight? Arguably, the strongest sighting came from a fellow doctor, Josie Parker, who studied alongside Coop for 8 years. So this lady knows what he looks like. She studied with this guy for 8 years. She contacted police after hearing that Dr. Coop had gone missing and told him she saw him dressed in outdoor gear reading a newspaper in Invercargill Airport. She was running to catch a plane and didn't have time to chat to him. And if we look at the maps very quickly, Invercargill is down here. Obviously, Dunedin there and Auckland up here. She said she was 80% sure that this is a positive sighting, or police noted in their file that they were 80% sure that this is a positive sighting. There was also the possibility that he had returned to his parents' home in Nelson while they were overseas.
You're welcome, little
as a witness reported seeing the lights on at the
anytime.
house. The police file noted. I will quickly show you where Nelson is. If we just get over here, and I put in Nelson. That didn't help, did it? So we're looking at Nelson, the big red blob there. Thank you, blob. Family of Coop are of the opinion that he would be very capable of going to a cemetery, obtaining details of a deceased person, obtaining a birth certificate, and then obtaining a passport, something which was easy to do back then, the police file noted. His sister told Stuff she does not believe her brother staged his disappearance with that supposition.
Yeah, I'm thinking of making it a regular thing.
But it
around
hurt
time because it seems to
stage the disappearance.
She
believed her brother.
So I'll just pause this while I talk. I don't like talking over it. It really annoys me when other people do it, so I don't want to do it. I just want to say, Little Dove, you are most welcome here anytime. Anytime we're on, you can just come and hang, and we'll welcome you with open arms. So doing this regularly, this is a good time to catch some Kiwis, and it's a good time to catch a lot of the Americans that are around. I'm not quite sure what the time is there for you guys. So yeah, I'm trying to think of what time I came on, about 10:30, and it seems to work with you guys at 10:30. So if I can go on at 10:30, I will. Autumn Falls, what day time is it in New Zealand? It is 1:25 p.m. on a Tuesday. Little Dove, we love having you here. Yep, you're part of the NZM community now. We've got you. You can't go anywhere. Yeah, Doug said it's 6:25 p.m. here. Right. Oh, that's good. So do you think that this time is a good time? I mean, I have to try and work around other creators, because there's other creators who do live streams that I really want to see. So I try and poke in to little slots where I can see putting it in. But if this is something you want to do regularly at this time, put a 1 or a yes in the chat and let me know. Put a 1 or a yes in the chat if that you'd like this time to be a bit more permanent, and we can use the time to go over some of the cases that I've done and some of the cases in news at the time. Let me know. They could have gone bush and met his end, as his body had never been found. No one
is following the lead that he is dead, and where is he? And I just want to shout out to the family of Peter Coop. I mean no disrespect. It's just wanting to get that story out there. Never know. Information may come in. Reports of the sightings had been hard on her family, particularly their parents. She believed it was quite possible her brother, who loved the outdoors, packed up his gear to go tramping.
I
and
guess I'm
he's
coming on
never been
live most
found.
days then, huh?
We know, she says that he bought some stuff and
But
it
I
looked
will
like he
go
was
on
going
late
into the bush
sometimes
somewhere
as
with the
well.
cooking stove and the sleeping bag. That doesn't suggest he's going on a flight to Australia to me, she says. Reports of a successful man staging his disappearance were intriguing but were hurtful. There's no story if he's just missing. Well, it's quite a bizarre story, really. We don't know. It certainly appears that he could have gone missing, for sure. He had everything to do it, to stage his disappearance. Let's look at this, the suitcasedetective.com. This is a great site that I found. It's mainly, well, I think there's only one New Zealand case on it anyway, but it's a great place. They've got photos that I haven't seen before of him. They've got information that I haven't seen before. They also have a lot of information in Te Reo and Māori language, which I think is amazing. So we're going to take a look at the information on this page, the suitcasedetective.com. Now we get into some more circumstances that differ a little bit from what the police say. Peter Coop grew up in Nelson, New Zealand, attending a boarding school while his parents, both reputable eye surgeons, worked out of Canberra, Australia. Peter would eventually follow his parents' career path, attending medical school and working towards a specialisation in ophthalmology. In June 1989, Peter had only been married for 7 months when he decided to attend a month-long ophthalmology training course at Dunedin Hospital. I'm so glad I got that course, the name. It's a hard one. The course was a difficult one, and few of its attendees would pass on to become eye surgeons. Peter had expressed some concerns about the course, a fact that would become relevant later. Obviously, it's a huge deal, this course. If a few of its attendees pass, and we know that only a few people are actually invited to do this course. So I can imagine the pressure on Peter was huge, and we know that he has a history of when the pressure gets too much to isolate. According to records, he arrived at his hospital in Dunedin and called his wife back at home in Auckland on June the 5th. Nothing appeared out of the ordinary during the phone call, and he promised to phone her again the following day. It appears that he did sleep in the hostel, and the only things missing from his room the following morning were his tracksuit and running shoes. When Peter failed to attend the class on June the 6th and did not phone his family to check in, police issued a search of his room. They found his wallet, cash, various paperwork, his asthma inhaler, clothing, and other personal things remaining in the room. However, Peter was nowhere to be found. And even though, it looks like he's could be disappearing, there's things that he left behind that he could need. I mean, it looks like he took what he needed, but I mean, he left behind wallet and cash. He could have taken those and other personal things that aren't named. Initial suspicions that he disappeared while exercising faded when a search of the nearby area, trails, and public areas did not turn up anything. Police eventually uncovered the fact that Peter had previously demonstrated a behavioural pattern of disappearing when under pressure. So, for example, again, he disappeared for a week during his first year of medical school, leaving for a 2-month biking trip without notice, and began to question whether he left voluntarily and simply walked away from the pressure of his career. The matter was further complicated when his wife, Galina, realised that various camping items had been taken from their house, including, again, a blue sleeping bag, orange tent, leather hiking boots, outdoor items, $500 cash advance on his Visa card, and that was arranged the Friday before his disappearance. Police also, again, found a piece of paper with the following written on it. Arrive, arrange 12:30, pack $120, matches, jeans, $200, stove, jersey, and master charge. Master charge must be a card or something like a credit card. There remained the question of why he left behind his wallet, money, inhaler, as those would still prove useful, which is something, the inhaler. I'm wondering if he had obviously spare ones, which is very, very possible, but that's a bit weird. He says, furthermore, this says arrange 12:30, may have suggested a meeting with someone at that time. Other possibilities included that he disappeared while hiking or met some unknown accident. And New Zealand has lots of bush and outdoor trails. So we're well known for our beautiful country where you can go bush and you could have an accident and no one would know. We definitely have had a few disappearances where people have gone into the bush and gone AWOL and have never returned. So could happen. On the day he disappeared again, June 6th, Josie Parker, his classmate for 8 years plus, reported to police that she witnessed Peter sitting in the departures area of Invercargill Airport wearing outdoor wear. In 1997, a witness claimed to have seen him at Emu Creek camping area in New South Wales, Australia. This lady was a doctor and had once been a classmate of Peter's. According to her, Peter parked beside her and her husband in a yellow Lada Niva 4x4. He was accompanied by a woman and 2 children. She went to speak with him the following day, but the family had already left. So is it possible that, these 2 sightings are from colleagues who know him really, really well, know what he looks like. Is it possible that they got it wrong? Or should we put some weight into this, that they knew what he looked like? Is it possible that he went away and started a new family? Sure. Listen to this one, though. Mysteriously, Peter's mother reportedly saw him in 2003 for a brief moment in Nelson, the family's hometown where Peter grew up. According to her, his mum, she saw Peter while she was crossing the Collingwood Street Bridge. She said she glanced down and saw a man and a young boy along the Maitai riverbank. She claimed that he looked much as he had when he disappeared, being tall, thin, and still having his hair. Wow. So this is his mum. But look, my mum died 2 years ago, and I still go along the street and I see a really little tiny short woman wearing purple, and she's got some unruly
You
hair.
like
at
an
least my mum.
F-150,
And
got a cab on the
for a
front
moment, I
and
think
like
it's her,
a
even though I know she's
trailer, like,
dead,
placed
and she
on
has
the
been
back
for
of
a
it.
couple of years. I don't know if that's normal, or if it's just me. I don't know. Comment down in the description below and let me know if you do it too. I miss my mum. Was she wrong? Did she want to see her son so much? But it's interesting here that he says, she says she saw a man with a young boy, and the last sighting was in Australia with some kids. So that matches. But if he really was to go and do a disappearance over to Aussie and that, why would he come back to New Zealand? Why would he go back to Nelson, where he grew up, where his parents live, and everybody knows him, and he's bound to be seen? I don't know. Yeah. This sighting might be related to the fact that some persons had reportedly seen lights on in the Coop home in Nelson when Peter disappeared. Some wondered if he had returned to the home while his parents were gone for a brief time before leaving again. Peter's sister does not agree that Peter ran away and has theorized instead that he became lost while on a hiking trip. She describes Peter as being someone who enjoyed camping and hiking and believes he may have encountered an accident while on an excursion. She said there are a few hiking spots near Dunedin, particularly near the beaches. If this is true, it suggests that perhaps he never meant to attend the medical course, as missing days to go camping would put him substantially behind in the class. But we know that this class was really tough. There was a lot of pressure in this class. Listen to this, though. Peter's family launched the Friends and Family of Missing Persons Charitable Trust in 2008, offering support and training for the families of missing persons. Peter's father, Douglas, has also authored the book
Gone Missing, a guide for those left behind. Now, I don't have even a library card. I haven't read for many years, which I should. And this book, it says it's based on decades of fieldwork. Gone Missing discusses the role of police and search agencies, how to deal with the media, and the many organisations available to give support and assistance. The book gives a detailed account of the
yeah.
emotional trauma and grieving suffered by those left behind, the professional help available, and it explains the role of counselling. It examines why people go missing and deals with the return or finding of.
Okay. Now I'm going to put up another one for autumn, I think, somehow. Let's figure it out, see if I can. All right. Okay, so this one was for you. Autumn Falls. We are having a look at what happened in the missing Michael Ford case, which was very, very sad. So let's take a look at this. Why can't I hear it?
Information regarding Michael Vaughn's investigation in order to protect the case, things continued to move forward. Sarah Wandra, the woman arrested last week in connection to Michael's case, will appear in court again next week.
You solemnly swear the testimony that you're about to give me will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Wandra was arraigned over Zoom Monday afternoon. Police accused her of failing to report Vaughn's death, and during the hearing, she denied the charge.
I understand what they've said is not correct.
A judge requested Wandra undergo a mental competency evaluation, which court records show was completed on Thursday. While findings of the report cannot be made public yet, we expect to learn more Monday during her status conference. If all parties are prepared and Wandra has been found competent, we expect her back in court Tuesday for her preliminary hearing. Wandra remains in custody where she's being held on a $500,000 bond. Nicole Camarda, Idaho News 6.
Okay, so I can actually read the rest of it. Okay, so it says this is from KIVITV.com. Fruitland woman arrested in connection to missing Michael Vaughan case. If you didn't follow this case, Michael Vaughan was a little baby, like 2 years old or something. A Fruitland woman was arraigned in a Payette County courtroom via Zoom Monday afternoon for failing to report the death of missing Fruitland boy Michael Monkey Vaughan. Sarah Wandra alleged no wrongdoing at her arraignment, saying, "I understand what they've said, it's not correct." She is now being held on a $500,000 bond. Late Monday, court records showed a judge requested Wandra undergo a medical competency evaluation. Court records now show the mental competency evaluation was completed on Thursday. While the findings of the report cannot be made public, it's expected to be discussed Monday during her status conference. If all parties are prepared and Wandra has been found competent, she is expected back in court Tuesday for her preliminary hearing. On Tuesday, public records were taken offline related to the case as a motion was discussed to seal additional information. The file was unsealed and put back online on Wednesday, and Wandra remains in custody. Thank goodness. Vaughan was last seen July 27th, 2021 at his family's home, which is only a few blocks away from the dig site. Neighbours tell us digging equipment arrived Friday. The day Wandra was taken into custody, the street was blocked off. Fruitland, the chief Huff said Monday that investigators believe there are more people with knowledge of what happened to Michael Monkey, but would not provide information as to what was discovered in the search. Search crews remained on scene through Monday afternoon and plan to return Tuesday, 9:30 a.m. Isn't he just a gorgeous little man? Breaks my heart. During her arraignment, Wandra was appointed an attorney. The state originally asked for a $1 million bond, arguing Wandra is a danger to the public and was already on pre-trial release for a felony charge related to illegally possessing a firearm as a felon. So she is a danger to the community and she fails to abide by the social norms we all expect the prosecutors argued, and there are obviously very serious implications in her being aware of his whereabouts this whole time. Should Wandra post her bond, she'll be required to set up GPS monitoring with her pre-trial release services prior to release. She will be required to stay in Idaho. She'll stay in Idaho, remain sober, stay in contact with her attorney, and appear in court for future hearings. Wandra has a status conference set for November the 21st and a preliminary hearing set for November 22nd in Piatt County. So, yes, at least someone's going to get caught for that. Yeah, the cover over the bed of a truck. What weird terms. Her charges are interesting, failing to report a death. I wonder what extra info the police have. Well, we're not seeing murder charges, are we, yet? Maybe they just want to get in there, get her in on these other charges if they can, and get her to hold there while they fix up the rest of the evidence that they need to present to the grand jury. Maybe. ATV or terrain vehicle that you sit side by side like a big four-wheeler. I have to go try and be back soon. You're all right, Wyoming. You're fine. Curious, I don't get why. It's not like we have to have a big kick out of people in this stream because no one's even not nice in here. Curious says, I don't get why when these criminals are caught and charged that they don't own up and give families closure. Just shows what pieces of shit they are. I know, right? They get caught. And the one thing that they can do for a family, just the one most precious thing that they could do for a family is give them the location of, of the bodies. Because bringing their loved ones home and be able to bury them in the cemetery they want or with them and their families, and to be able to go with dignity and respect and let everyone say goodbye. I think that's what people really, really want. And it sucks that the killers, once they get caught, will never tell them. It's awful, awful. Pookie, I don't understand why they think she knows something. Why do they think Monkey is deceased? Well, I guess because they can't find him. He's been missing for a long time. I mean, he was missing for a long time. I don't know, little Pookie. I think the police obviously have more info than they're saying. I think police always have more info than they're saying. That's their job. And we are not entitled to everything that they have, even though a lot of channels think that they're entitled to all the information that the coppers have. But, yeah, no. Little Pookie, they dug up a backyard of the dogs and indicated a corpse had been there. Oh, scary. It's not nice. They are trying to build a case on her. That's why they are holding her. That's what I thought. I thought they're holding her on that felony gun charge. And while she's in there, then they're going to start gathering their evidence together. I mean, because you only get one shot. The police only get one shot, of really getting this woman convicted. And they want to do it right. And sometimes it does take time. And sometimes they don't let the public know what's going on. And that's okay, because it's not our right to know what's going on. Of course, we always want to know. We're curious as fuck. We want to know. But, yeah, it's just the way it goes. So I don't know if you want to chat a wee bit more, or I could play another video. I do have quite a few of them, funnily enough. Yeah, I hope you come back, Wyoming. Well, I see Wyoming, and she is a mod in another couple of channels as well. What about her husband? He lived in that house too. Didn't hear much, did we? Hello, people. Dev, hello. Good to see you. What? Very true, Dad. It can take years to build a case. Yeah, it really can take years to build a case. Hey, Dev, what we've been doing is chatting, and we've actually been watching some of my videos. Some you may have seen, some may not have seen, but we're just really hanging out. Oh, Slow Motion, you have to go. Thank you so much for being here. I really appreciated it. You're part of our NZM crew, and it's good to see you. So have a good day. So, what are you? I think I missed some comments. Was there's something about her son maybe being involved? I'm trying to remember that, if that rings a bell. No, I didn't hear any of that. Good to have you here, Jeff. All right, do you guys want to watch one more case, one more video? Say yes in the chat, or put a 1 in the chat if you still got time to stick around. Did you hear about that poor woman in Pennsylvania who was missing for years and her family found her and she has dementia? Oh my goodness, Autumn, I had not heard that story. Oh, so glad she's alive though. That's amazing. I mean, there is stories like that, isn't it? They go away and they find a new life, or they end up on the streets, or they end up with dementia and they don't know who they are or where the family is. And yeah. Yes, put on the link. Yeah, absolutely, Autumn. And I'll take a look. So I'll go and have a look on my channel. So just bear with me, guys. I'm going to go probably to one of my favorite cases, which I want to know, are you guys a fan of John Lawden? Do you know who John Lawden is? I'm having trouble with that one. I can't seem to click on the link for some reason. I don't know if someone else can, but I can't. Okay, let me have a look at CTV News. Okay, I found it, the news. I'm looking for video, but I don't see it. No, sorry, I don't see that. All right, give me 1 minute. I'm going to go and find my favorite video. There's so many to choose from. Like, blows me away how many I've done. Come on. Update. Getting there, guys. Bear with me. Aha. Yeah, email it to me, Autumn.
to our Facebook page and our website. The website has an extensive
All
list
right,
of
I'm
missing
back.
persons. If you'd like to support the channel, it's greatly appreciated. I'm just a one-person woman band here, and any support would help. So links for that are below as well. You'll also find links to all the sources that I've used. Remember to hit the like button or dislike button if you prefer. If you enjoy the content, please subscribe and please share these stories. Whether it's sharing this episode or sharing the Facebook page, I believe that a lot of the cases I feature are able to be solved. They just need to be seen or heard by the right person or the right people with the information needed. Now, after all that blah blah stuff, let's get into it. Today's episode, we are talking about the disappearance and of homicide, the thinking of Jessica Boyce. So we're going to go to reporter.nz, but it says the sources from stuff.co.nz. The family of missing Marlborough woman Jessica Boyce are worried she may have been taken. Boyce's mother, Kay Johnston, said family and friends began to suspect within days of her disappearance that Boyce, 27, might have been kidnapped from a forest park. Boyce was last seen on March 19, 2019, driving her mother's red Holden ute. Two hikers found the vehicle abandoned near Lake Chalice in Mount Richmond Forest Park, 90 minutes west of Blenheim on March 22, and called the police. Now, I'll quickly show you a bit of a map so you know what we're talking about. So if you look to the right over here, this is Blenheim itself, and it is at the top of the South Island of New Zealand. So down here, Renwick is where Jess was from and went missing from. And down here, this huge thing is the Richmond Hill Forest Park. And in here is the Lake Chalice car park. And that is where the ute was found. Inside the ute were Boyce's wallet, spiritual crystals, and phone with no SIM card. The car was unlocked and both the front windows were down. Her family found it odd that Boyce's vehicle was parked on the mountain track and her stuff was in the car. Her mum said it was the way they found the ute. The whole thing just looked like she'd been taken. She might have been up there at Lake Chalice, but she never made it out of there by herself. We think she's been taken, and we've told the police that. Jess could have been picked up and held somewhere, but without the right material that they need, police can't do much. A police spokeswoman said on Thursday that police were continuing to carry out searches of the area and information continued to be received and investigated. She did not confirm whether police had ruled out kidnapping. Police and Landsar searched the forest park and its huts when the red Holden ute was found, but suspended their efforts on March the 26th until more information came forward. Johnston, her mum, said she was concerned for her daughter's safety, as her mind was like a 6-year-old's when she went missing. Boyce suffered from depression, anxiety, memory problems due to a car accident 2 years earlier and was self-medicating, she said. Boyce was referred to the Marlborough Mental Health Service in Blenheim by her doctor on February 12th and 21st, weeks before her disappearance, but was turned away both times. A couple of side notes. First one, why do reporters use the surname of the victim all the time? I think that it's better to personalise, and Jessica was a real person, the victims are real people. They're not generally called their surname in real life, so why are they, like that way in articles? If you know the answer, comment below. And I hate hearing that people who need help and are asking for help get turned away from mental health services. It's absolutely disgusting. I hear it all the time in this country, and it's just not good enough.
So from tvnz.co.nz, there's just a bit of a timeline at the bottom here. Jessica Boyce, 27, was last seen on March the 19th, 2019. Her family reported her missing and said they were concerned for her welfare. When her car was found at Lake Chalice on March the 22nd, a search and rescue team joined the search. Police issued a statement on the case on March the 26th. 8 days after Miss Boyce went missing, search efforts were suspended. In October 2019, police announced they were treating her disappearance as a homicide. From stuff.co.nz, this is October 2019. Police search undirect vehicles and search for Jessica Boyce's body. Canvasstown residents are shocked their small settlement is at the centre of a homicide investigation as police search a property for the body of missing Marlborough woman Jessica Boyce. The property in rural Marlborough is littered with close to 100 wrecks of old cars, utes, vans and buses. So quickly going back to that map, this was down here where Blenheim and Renwick were. This is the Richmond Hill Forest Park, and up here is Canvasstown. And for those viewers who are not from New Zealand, this is the top of the South Island of New Zealand. A tractor driven by a police officer could be seen lifting and pulling the vehicles away on Thursday, with officers checking the ground underneath. Gosh, what a job for them. Police confirmed that officers were looking for a body at the property. The Canvasstown search was expected to finish on Thursday night and no arrests had been made, a police spokeswoman said. Look at all those cars. Gosh, if they went through all those, what a job. It's crazy. That's a nice photo of Jess. Police had also searched a property in the coastal township Wharanui, 60 kilometres south of Blenheim. That search had finished and some items of interest had been taken away for further forensic examination. One person was at the Wharanui property when police arrived and was spoken to, but nobody was arrested. Detective Senior Sergeant Sloan had a message on Wednesday for, quote, those struggling with what they know about Jessica's disappearance, unquote. Come forward to ease that struggle, Sloan said. Sloan said those responsible were likely acquaintances of Boyce. Boyce's mother, Kay, said in April her daughter had been suffering with depression, anxiety, and memory problems due to a car accident 2 years earlier and was self-medicating with drugs. A team of 6 Blenheim detectives and 1 detective sergeant had spent the last 7 months sifting through more than 120 tip-offs to eliminate false leads before the case became a homicide investigation this week. More than 40 investigators, dog handlers, scene of crime officers and specialist search crew were taking part in the searches, with police from the top of the South and Canterbury involved. On Tuesday, police said they believed the red Holden Rodeo ute Boyce was last seen in had been deliberately planted at Lake Chalice at Mount Richmond Forest Park to mislead police. Sloan said investigations of this nature do take time and we're all well aware of the public's expectations, but it's not a TV show and the reality is it does take time. That's a lovely photo. Just before we go on, I don't believe in victim shaming or victim blaming at any stage, no way. I think that it doesn't matter whether people suffer from addictions, mental health issues, about their past. Every victim deserves to be heard, and is, you know, I don't want to see any victim blaming in the comments below. Anything like that will be quickly moved off, I can tell you now.
Sweet
I
as,
believe that
Doug,
most
if
of
you're
you
listening, that's
are
fine,
in the
mate.
same thinking as I am, so I trust in that. Now, moving on to the Otago Daily Times. Just a quick note, if someone can help me, there's 2 dates here. Up here we've got Thursday, 14th of May 2020. Down here we've got 7th of November 2019. Now, when you're trying to put together a cohesive story for people in chronological order so that it makes sense, it's hard to do that when there's 2 dates. So if anybody knows why that is or which one's the right one, if they could comment below and let me know, that would be awesome. So Marlborough Police have searched 2 more Blenheim homes and seized several items of interest in the Jessica Boyce homicide investigation. A Warwick Street property in Mayfield was searched yesterday with several items of interest seized by police, Senior Sergeant Sloan said. This morning, another property was searched in Henderson Street, Riversdale, where samples of forensic value were seized. Forensic scientists helped police at both addresses. Occupants of both properties have been spoken to by police, but no arrests were made, Sloan said. The investigation continues to receive information from the public, and investigators are steadily working through inquiries that have been generated from the information, he said. And down below is contact information if you have anything to submit. And I'm going to have all that information in the description box below and at the end of the episode. Now moving to marlboroughweekly.co.nz. Families share victim's photo to shame killer. Good on them. And it's an awesome photo of her as well. The family of missing woman Jessica Boyce want people to share her photo on social media to help shame her killer into coming forward. And that's exactly what we're going to do. Jessica's cousin Aaron has posted a new profile pic of the smiling Renwick woman who disappeared on March 19. He urged people to share the photo in the hope it would prick someone's conscience. In the post, he says how he hopes the post would propel people to come forward. And I reckon if we give it a shot too and share it as much as we can and share her image as much as we can,
Very
just never
sad
know,
story,
because it
this
just
one.
seems so close to being solved. Beautiful Jess, keeping her as my profile photo in solidarity with investigators and everyone else trying to get justice for Jess. Hopefully seeing Jess everywhere might break the conscience of whoever is involved and propel them to come forward. And this line simply states why I do this work. Anything's worth a shot, eh? If anyone else wants to do this, even just for 48 hours, it would be really cool to see her smiling everywhere, he wrote. Possible forensic evidence relating to the homicide investigation has been seized by police from a Blenheim home. Police working on the disappearance of Renwick woman Jessica Boyce, 27, searched a house on Warwick Street and another on Henderson Street last week. Detective Senior Sergeant Sloan says the occupant of the Warwick Street address was spoken to by police on Thursday, but no arrests have been made. He goes on, a second warrant was executed at a Henderson Street address and samples of potential forensic value were seized. The investigation continues to receive information from the public, and investigators are steadily working through inquiries that have been generated from that information, he says. Forensic scientists from crime scene specialist firm ESR assisted police at both addresses. Jessica was last seen in a red Holden Rodeo ute in Renwick. The ute was found 3 days later at the Lake Challis car park in the Mount Richmond Forest Park, but police bosses think it was left there deliberately to hinder the investigation. Detective Senior Sergeant Sloan says inquiries are ongoing. Next we go to stuff.co.nz/Marlborough Express. Now, I want to just give a bit of a warning. This article focuses on drug use and mental health issues, also issues about a car accident. So if any children are watching or this might trigger you in any way, please fast forward a bit and miss this bit. However, there will be information about how you can seek help if you need to. at the end of the show and also in the description box below. For Jessica Boyce's friends, reminders of the girl they lost linger in the patchwork alterations she made to their clothes, the stray cat that still visits for biscuits, the feathers and dream catchers hanging in her bedroom. But the woman they knew was lost long before she became a missing person, believed to have been killed in March. Friends and family trawled forests, circulated missing posters, and launched a website. But Boyce has never turned up, and police launched a homicide investigation in October. In the 2 years before she disappeared, Boyce had stopped seeing her friends, started smoking methamphetamine, and her happy, bubbly nature had been replaced with the effects of severe mental health issues. Not a good combination, mental health issues, and then adding that horrible shit mess on top of it. She was never the same after a crash in March 2017, which left her with a head injury, broken ribs, a fractured shoulder, and a broken neck. Dylan Sutton, 24, died in that crash. The driver was Jessica's ex-boyfriend,
Little people,
Stuart
yeah, I watched some
Holden.
of the Murdoch case.
He was found guilty of manslaughter at the High Court in Blenheim in May last year and was sentenced to 5 years and 6 months imprisonment. My opinion, just my opinion, I don't think that was long enough. Jessica gave evidence in the jury trial, breaking down as she described Holden's scary driving. And this is a picture of Dylan Sutton, the young 24-year-old killed in the crash in 2017. A life lost. The methamphetamine came from Stuart. We had 2 or 3 goes on the pipe each, Jessica said. I think he was getting a bit paranoid because we were talking amongst ourselves. The 2 women in the back seat were whispering about Holden's driving and holding hands out of fear. As the 4-wheel drive approached a bend north of the Wailau River Bridge on State Highway 6, it rolled down a bank into a vineyard, landing upside down. Boyce had leaned over her friend in the back seat to brace for impact, she told the court. And this is Steph Stratton, and her brother was one killed, and
Yeah, that Murdoch case was pretty crazy, messy at times.
ambulance staff described the crash site smelling like cannabis. Debris was strewn across the vineyard, a trail of car parts, clothing, and fishing gear. Sutton's girlfriend called emergency services on her cell phone shortly before 11
Yeah, I got
p.m.
really behind. All I know is he's
The
guilty.
helicopter couldn't get to us because it was raining and it was too windy. The police and ambulance came. It was raining quite heavily by that stage, Boyce said. The ambulance and police took us to Waiau Hospital. I was there maybe like 2 weeks. I
Windy
broke the
for
top
you,
of my
we
neck.
are,
They call
Jeff?
it the hangman's break. Nina Hagen, a friend, said the creative, caring, bright spark she went to school with was different after that. Hagen said Jess blamed herself, and I think that made it even worse. If it was just the crash, that wouldn't have been that bad, but she blamed herself for the guy dying. She had that survivor's guilt. She goes on, usually she's the one texting everyone to say, come around and have some drinks. And then all of a sudden, nothing. I'd text her after the crash to see how she was doing, but she didn't want anyone to come to the trial or talk about it. She didn't want to burden anyone with it. I've had personal experience with head injuries, and I know they can change a person's personality absolutely completely to a person that you don't know. It can also make them very naive and trusting, a bit immature in a way, and they've got to learn a whole lot of things again. It's these head injuries can be quite devastating. The original Boyce was a bit of a teenage rebel who was capable of getting good grades in school, but did not turn up much. She would jump in the sea in the middle of winter and wander where no one else wandered. She fancied herself a matchmaker, always trying to set up single friends and always ensuring that everyone felt included in a group. Boyce wanted to be a counsellor for a while. She put everybody first. Steph Stratton said Jessica liked Harry Potter and Disney movies and named her dog
No,
Alice
you got
after
shit
Alice
for
in
your
Wonderland.
livery.
And I'm guessing that this is a photo of Jess and Alice. Boyce dismissed mainstream fashion and came up with her own style. She didn't care what others thought. That was her inner child. She was just a
I'm
free
glad it
spirit,
wasn't a hot summer
Stratton
ahead.
said. There were spontaneous camping trips. There was a river she thought was her secret river. She would find a little off-road path and then it would be her track. She found some amazing places. We did a lot of unprepared camping, but as long as you have music, that's the main thing. Jess would say, I don't care what you listen to, but I'll hold the auxiliary cord. When Hold'em came on the scene, the ex-boyfriend and the driver of the car, Boyce became distant and started smoking methamphetamine. I know for a fact she was ashamed of her drug use, Stratton said. If it was any of us
That
going
was
down the
like-
path that Jess was going down, she would have lost the plot at us and asked why we were destroying our lives. The trauma of the crash, followed by her recovery in hospital and then the court process, only increased Boyce's drug use, her friends said. And this is the guy that was driving, sentenced to 5 years and 6 months for that young man's death. Stratton said there was a bit of a blame game after the crash and Jessica copped it. People said things to her, but what they got from Jess was utter remorse. They needed someone to scream at and Jess was there. So it sounds like she had a lot going on. He was never sorry, so Jess had to be. Someone had to be sorry, and that's just who she was. In the months before Boyce's disappeared, she twice visited the mental health service at Wairau Hospital in Blenheim. But she was not considered high risk, despite having symptoms of depression, anxiety, and memory problems, as she was
In
not
New
actively
Zealand,
trying to
I've got to
hurt
pause this
herself.
shit.
I think that's absolutely terrible. Absolutely terrible. So if the only time they're saying you get help is if you hurt yourself and then you get help, that's
Exactly what I'm saying in the clip is exactly what I'm about to say again. In New Zealand mental health services, it seems like you go in, but unless you're not killing yourself right then and there, then they're not going to take you, right? Our mental health service is fucked up. So all they're doing is catching people at the bottom of the cliff once they've even tried. And that's just, I can't even, no words.
absolutely
words.
tragic. When someone is actively trying to help themselves and they want help and then they get turned away, I just don't understand. Her mother, Kay Johnston, previously said that Jessica was in a bad mental state. Their doctor arranged an urgent meeting with specialist mental health services, but at the end of the day, they gave her a couple of tablets and sent her home, her mum said. Jessica moved back in with her mum, but often disappeared from the house. She had a second mental health assessment on February 21. She was referred on to drug and alcohol treatment, but missed her follow-up appointment on March 6th. She knew she needed help and she wanted help. She even told them that, her mum said in April. A couple of weeks after that, she went missing. She was gone, just like that. I feel if they, meaning mental health staff,
Just
had
awful. Our
listened to
mental
me
health
and the
service
doctor,
might think
she
is
would
doing
be in
amazing
Nelson
work.
right now getting the
Yes.
care she needs. Boyce was last seen on March 19. 3 days later, on March 22nd, Johnston, whose red dude was missing, called the Marlborough Mental Health Service to see if Boyce would be given treatment if she was found to have taken the truck. The Mental Health Services General Manager previously declined to comment, citing privacy, but acknowledged Boyce's family was distressed. How nice of her to acknowledge that they were distressed. How the hell did that help them? Johnston reported the ute stolen, hoping if Jessica was found in the ute, she would be given help. When search and rescue teams gave up the search, the family took over. 6 Blenheim detectives and a detective sergeant had been sifting through more than 120 tip-offs to eliminate false leads before searching 6 Marlborough properties, seizing items of interest for forensic analysis. Investigations team leader Detective Senior Sergeant Sloan believes Boyce's disappearance was the work of her acquaintances. Police knew of her involvement in Blenheim's pervasive and growing meth scene, and their inquiries were focused on that community, Sloan said. Police were waiting on the results of forensic analysis, but weren't rushing to make an arrest. He said it's going to be a long, drawn-out investigation, but the police will keep working on it. We won't be closing this investigation until it's resolved. Frontline police did not see much methamphetamine use firsthand in Blenheim's nightlife or when visiting house parties, but they definitely seen the aftermath. The effects on behaviour, the extreme behaviour displayed by users, and the crimes committed to support their habits, burglaries and stealing from their own families and that sort of thing. Nina Hagen, a friend of Jess's again, said meth was not socially acceptable in Blenheim, and Jessica knew it. She said, I think most people would say with partying that there's a line and you've crossed it. I know people who would do ecstasy and LSD who still wouldn't do meth. She crossed over that line and she was ashamed of it. She says there is limited help for meth addicts in Blenheim. There's nowhere in Blenheim for someone to walk in off the street and say, I need help. If I go home, I'm going to keep smoking meth. Steph Stratton says, you walk into the hospital and they call the
127,000
police.
in Marlborough.
It's really sad that there's no help,
no.
and these people up in Blenheim, they feel like there's no help and nowhere to go. That's really sad. I am slowly losing my voice. I've done a lot of filming and talking, so just bear with me. She said it's just sad to think that Jessica probably continued to fall down this terrible hole, and she felt like there was no way back up. And yet Troy McGregor, a friend of hers, said they had not given up hope their friend would walk through the door one day. He said, we know it's unlikely, but you can never say never. Boyce's uncle Brent Boyce said on behalf of the wider family this Christmas would be difficult, their first without her. He thanked the police for their diligent investigation and their efforts to bring the family closure, as well as the unwavering support from the community. He goes on to say, Jess, you were the best we could ask for. We will cherish our moments forever. We can't see things ever being the same without your radiant, bubbly spirit. Never have we dealt with anything more difficult than facing or having to face each day without you being there in our lives. We've never met anyone like you, and we thank God we had a chance to know you as our gorgeous girl. It would be a blessing for us all if we could get you home. That makes me quite emotional. As I said, if this story triggers anything for you, there is a whole bunch of numbers here that you can ring to get help. I'm going to put all these in the description box below, and also I'm going to have them at the end of the episode. On October 22, 2019, the police released an update. Police are now treating the disappearance of 27-year-old Jessica Boyce as a homicide. We know about the car. Police now believe the vehicle, which has been seized for forensic examination, was deliberately left in the car park in an effort to mislead the investigation. As a result of their inquiries, investigators have identified a number of other locations of interest in Marlborough. Additional resources from the Tasman and Canterbury police districts have been deployed to Marlborough to assist with the investigation, which remains a priority for police. Police are committed to supporting Jessica's family throughout this investigation, and we extend our sincere condolences to them following this serious development, and we do too. Again, information down there where you can ring or get hold of police. I'll have that in the description box below. Or
I'll
at
put
the
the
end of
links
show.
to the videos that we've watched.
And then on the 19th of March 2020, so just a couple of months ago, the police released another statement, and I'm at scoop.co.nz. This Thursday, 19th March 2020, will mark 1 year since the disappearance of Marlborough woman Jessica Boyce. An intensive search was undertaken, but sadly Jessica was not located, and in October 2019, police announced we were treating her disappearance as a homicide. 6 detectives are working on Operation Largo, the investigation into Jessica's disappearance. Our officers have established that a significant amount of misinformation has been received by police in what appears to be a deliberate attempt to impede and frustrate the investigation into Jessica's disappearance. What a bunch of, I'm not going to say. This includes the placement of Jessica's Red Holden Rodeo ute in the Lake Chalice car park, which we believe was put there to mislead the investigation team. Police are also aware that several persons of interest have left the Marlborough area over the past year, possibly in the mistaken belief that this will help them avoid police attention. And New Zealand's a small country, so it doesn't matter where you go. And with the power of social media and Kiwis, I know Kiwis want things to be found out. And they want to share things, and they want to help victims and help victims' family. So move away. It's not going to make any difference. Police said, despite these obstacles, the investigation team is steadily working through and following up on all information received. We remain absolutely focused on resolving this case and providing answers for Jessica's family and loved ones. We are continuing to make progress, and on the 9th of March 2020, Marlborough Police seized a black Mazda utility vehicle, which we believe is connected to Jessica's disappearance. The vehicle is currently undergoing a forensic examination. Now, with the COVID-19 lockdown that we've been going through, I don't know whether the ESR scientists and forensic examiners were considered an essential service. So I don't know whether they continued to do their work through the lockdown or whether they had to stop. I know that forensics can take quite a while to come back, and if they shut down over the lockdown, then obviously they've lost all that time to work on it. But here's hoping, as I'm filming this on the 15th of May, that now we're in level 2, they've all gone back to work, and we'll work on all this forensic stuff and find out some information. Obviously, information about where you can submit, I will have that down below and at the end of the show. From the nzherald.co.nz, on the 17th of March 2020, Jessica Boyce's family make heartfelt plea to her killer. The family of murder victim Jessica Boyce have made an emotional plea to her killer to end their torment. As the first anniversary of the day she disappeared approaches, Jessica's cousin Aaron has a message for her killer. Hand yourself in. And he is begging for the murderer to reveal where Jessica's body can be found so she can finally be laid to rest. In an open message to the killer, Aaron says he still hopes that Jessica's killer will do the right thing. He says, you have had a year to do the right thing. I still, perhaps naively, hold on to hope that your conscience will get the better of you, that any good values your family may have instilled in you when you were young will win out. You will make an attempt at redemption, and you will either hand yourself in or at least find a way to communicate to us where we can find and retrieve Jess, he says. Jessica's disappearance became a homicide investigation in October. Posting on the Find Jess website last week, Aaron says the killer must be struggling with what they have done. Now, I don't think the website is active anymore. I've had a look, but the Help Jess Facebook page is still active. I went on there last night and asked to join, and someone accepted it. So I will have information about that in the description box below and also at the end of the episode. And you might want to join and help them out. In January this year, they held a vigil for missing Marlborough woman Jessica Boyce, and this is from stuff.co.nz. The 28th birthday of missing Marlborough woman Jessica Boyce, who police suspect is a homicide victim, has been marked with a vigil in Blenheim. A group of 15 people gathered in central Blenheim at Seymour Square to mark Boyce's birthday on Sunday. Her cousin Aaron said the event was subtle and non-official because that's how Jess would have wanted it. He said, we sat around and we shared some memories. We collectively sang happy birthday for her, and then we had a moment of silence for her after the clock tower went off at 7 p.m. We told people there's no need to turn up with candles and bunches of flowers. We wanted to share some jokes and turn up as we were, as Jess would have liked it. You can see in there, I think she has a lot of photos with pets, and this is just a gorgeous photo of her, that wee kitten. A further 50 people watched the vigil via live stream on Facebook from places such as Auckland, Wellington and Dunedin, and that's awesome. Her cousin from Dunedin, Aaron, stepped back from the search last June after the toll it took on his life. He said he had been putting off returning to Blenheim because of the memories he had in the town with his missing cousin. I've got so many memories of being with Jess in this town that every park, every street, it's like seeing ghosts of Jess, he said. It became obvious to the family a lot sooner than it was officially announced that she had been killed.
26
I've
million
known for a
sheep.
good while that Jess was never coming back, and that's Aaron on the left there.
Now,
He
I've
said while
talked
it
to
was
this guy
painful,
and
he
done
said
an
Boyce's
interview with
birthday
him.
was a realization that he had to come back to town and front up to the truth. With her birthday coming up, I knew that I couldn't miss that. I couldn't not be here with family and friends. And you know, this just goes to show what happens to the family when someone is missing or is hurt, murdered or whatever. It's not just the mum and the dad and the siblings, it's the wider family and the wider friends. It actually affects a lot of people. And that's really sad. I know this guy did so much searching. He held down the website for a while, he did the Facebook page for a while, and it all got a bit too much for him. And I actually think he probably suffers from a bit of PTSD after all this, and I imagine he's still suffering from this. So that's why I really want to help, and that's why I do these videos for the families and the victims, but for those families that need help, I reckon we can help them. I really do.
Nice one.
So just before we go over the last details here, thank you very much for putting up with me, and I apologize again for the quality of the video and the audio, but I have to work with what I've got. I do hope one day I can get some better equipment. So let's just go over the main points. Jessica was last seen on March 19th driving her mother's red Holden ute. 2 hikers found the vehicle abandoned near Lake Chalice in Mount Richmond Forest Park, 90 minutes west of Blenheim on March the 22nd. And you can see my computer's doing the funky chicken. Why not? Police are treating the 27-year-old's disappearance as a homicide. On 9th of March 2020, Marlborough Police seized a black Mazda utility vehicle, which we believe they said is connected to Jessica's disappearance. In November 2019, a Warwick Street property in Mayfield was searched with several items of interest seized by police. Another property was searched in Henderson Street, Riversdale, where samples of forensic value were seized. Occupants of both properties have been spoken to by police, but no arrests made. The family of missing woman Jessica Boyce want people to share her photo on social media to help shame her killer into coming forward.
Her cousin Aaron urged people to share the photo in the hope it would prick someone's conscience. And of course, that's exactly what we're going to do. He said, hopefully seeing Jess everywhere might break the conscience of whoever is involved and propel them to come forward. And he is begging for the murderer to reveal where Jessica's body can be found so she can finally be laid to rest. In an open message to the killer, Aaron says he still hopes that Jessica's killer will do the right thing. So if you have information about Jessica's disappearance and possible homicide, no matter how insignificant or significant you think it might be, please contact Marlborough Police.
Okay, so that was one of my favourite stories. A young girl in the prime of her life goes missing. And I actually have 2 other videos, which I won't play today, but you can go looking for. I have an update for the Jessica Boyce case. And then I also have a interview with her cousin who was mentioned in here. So me and him sat down and we talked about her a lot, and it was a really, really great one. Kiwi says, I hope there is closure soon for this family. So do I. I hope there's closure for all these families. So yeah, if you want to watch the interview with the cousin or the update, go and have a look. Hope so too. So I'm tired. I'm going to leave. Oh, there was one more I had to read for someone, wasn't there? So I'll do that. Let me figure out what I'm doing. Yeah, your email come through. I'm just finding it here now, how to put it up. I think it's this one. Well, this is the one that you sent me. But I don't see the story, hun. Autumn Falls. I've got what you sent me. Sorry you're in shock. I just became a mod on a Facebook page. Oh, congratulations. Celebrations. I hate being a mod. You're always too busy fixing shit and you never get to like participate in the chat and watch things that they're talking about and stuff. But for you, yeah, awesome, Doug. I am very proud of you. So Autumn, this was what I got from you, and I'm not quite sure what you want me to look at on it. Yeah, well, it didn't. This is what it gave me. I'll try again. I think I closed down my. Oh, yeah. Okay, I've got it. I don't know what happened because I'm a dick. So hang on a minute. Okay, just give me 1 minute. 1 minute. I'm trying to figure it out. You're welcome, Kiwi. Okay, yes, we have it. So there's just get rid of these. That. That. Okay. Missing. Oh, we better tell you. Yeah, it's ctvnews.ca. Is it sharing it? Yeah. That's not it. And thought to be dead, found living in Puerto Rico nursing home. So, a Pennsylvania woman who disappeared more than 30 years ago and was believed to be dead by her family was recently found living in a nursing home in Puerto Rico. Her family and police said at a news conference on Thursday. Patricia Copter, 83, was last seen in Pittsburgh in the summer of 92, according to a missing file. According to a missing person flyer posted by the Pennsylvania Emergency Response Center, her husband, Bob Copter, reported her missing a few months later in the fall. At that time, he advised authorities that it wasn't uncommon for his wife to drop out of sight for short periods of time. I come home one night and she's gone and nobody knows where she's at, he told a news conference. Police said they were first informed about the discovery of the missing woman when an agent from the International Criminal Police Organization, which is Interpol, and a social worker from Puerto Rico contacted them last year saying that they believed Patricia was living in an adult care home in Puerto Rico. What they reported to us was that she came into the care in 1999 when she was found in need in the streets of Puerto Rico. Interpol and the social worker said Patricia was found wandering the streets, and through the years she had refused to ever discuss her private life or where she came from. In her advanced age, Patricia started revealing nuggets that would eventually spur those around her to contact Ross police. When she was in Pittsburgh, Patricia was a well-known street preacher, according to the missing person flyer. She would approach strangers, telling them she had visions of Virgin Mary and that the world was coming to an end. Police said her disappearance wasn't overly suspicious because they knew she had a mental health history and she had made statements to the other individuals that she was leaving, that she was concerned that she was going to be placed into a care facility. Her husband said that his wife had talked about wanting to go to Puerto Rico to live in a tropical environment. I've seen advertised in the paper down in Puerto Rico looking for her, at the news conference, adding that he spent a lot of money over the years searching for her. Patricia and Bob were actually married for 20 years before she went missing. He added that Patricia had no family connections or family. Police determined the woman was in fact Patricia through a 9-month-long process in which they compared DNA samples provided by her sister and nephew. We really thought she was dead all those years. Even before DNA testing was completed, the family knew it was Patricia as soon as they saw her photo. Smith said that she called the adult care home in Puerto Rico several times, but has been unable to hold a conversation with her sister because she has dementia. Very sad. We didn't expect it. It was a very big shock to know that she's still alive. We're happy, and I hope I can get down to see her. Well, that's pretty amazing, isn't it? Alive all that time. That's crazy. Right. Well, I'm just checking the chat. See you, Dev. Have a wonderful night. Hey, Pookie. We make everyone feel comfortable. A few months later. Okay, I'm going to head off, guys. 4.5 hours. That's like so good for me. I can't believe I stayed on for that long, but I do have a bit of a headache, so I need to go and have some lunch and everything. Thank you for so much being with me. I really appreciate it. We've got a great little family around here, a little community, and it's really awesome. Yes, you need to let my mouth rest. My mouth doesn't like all the talking at once. Can't handle it. I'm going to pop on tomorrow, same time, same place. So I hope I'll see you all there. I would like to. Thank you, Kiwi. That's appreciated. I love you all.